Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Everything went right for the Tigers last night in a series opening 10-0 win over the Astros at Comerica Park. Trey Sweeney had a triple and a 3-run home run. Colt Keith had 3 hits and also went deep. Home runs as well for Riley Green and Wencio Perez. Plenty of run support for a very strong Jack Flaherty. One of the best starts of the season for him. 7 scoreless, 9 strikeouts. The guy who caught him, Dylan Dingler, says this Astros series is an important one. For the first time in 15 months, Alex Lang took the mound for the Tigers last night, loading the bases but getting out of it for a scoreless 9th. They go for a series win tonight. Tarek Skubal versus Hunter Brown in this one. The Lions getting ready for their second joint practice at training camp against the Texans Thursday in Allen Park. They practiced indoors yesterday morning, with rookie defensive tackle Tyleik Williams having maybe his most disruptive day of camp so far. Linebacker Jack Campbell also had a pair of sacks. Michigan State naming its captains for the upcoming season. For the second straight year, quarterback Aiden Childs is one of them. Joining him this year, defensive lineman Quindarius Dunnigan, linebacker Jordan Hall, center Matt Golban, and special teams ace Sam Edwards. And reports say no deals have come together yet for Bengals defensive end Trey Hendrickson. The 31-year-old who's in a contract stalemate with Cincy led the NFL with 17.5 sacks last season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Fun night at the ballpark. Should be another great one tonight with a pitching duel, Skubal and Hunter Brown. Astros in town. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We've got Gov and Paul Serra behind the glass, and you heard Luke Sloan on the updates. Good morning.
Good morning. So sorry, I'm trying to log. Stoney was in yesterday, and he logged us all out of the computer.
This again.
Yes, I can always tell when Stoney's in. Let's see here.
Why don't you log into the computer? We'll just start the show, okay? Because last night's Tigers game was a beatdown. Now, they hit up Spaghetti or Arangetti, the pitcher who threw for Houston. The bigger story to me was what Jack Flaherty did, going 7 innings, 9 strikeouts, only needed 90 pitches. And, John, he ran into some trouble early, but he gave up 2 base runners after the first inning. He settled in and pitched like a guy you want to see in the postseason. Houston comes in as one of those contemporaries in the American League, right? A fellow division winner fighting for one of the top 2 seeds, and Detroit handled them. Now, you're going to see their best pitchers the next couple nights.
So you're going to see ours, too.
And, again, it's great when you take the game 1 and you can go to Skubal in game 2, and their bullpen is already taxed. Puts them in a great spot. And as you wake up today, Detroit has the best record in the American League and the best odds to boot to win the American League.
We're right back where we were, aren't we?
Amazing how that goes.
Yes, it's a long season. There's ups. There are certainly downs, and we painfully lived every moment of those downs.
Wouldn't change it, though.
But there is always, or not always, I think this year there is light at the end of the tunnel. Do you see the light, Jim? Just go towards the light.
You're asking me if I see the light.
Yeah, do you see the light? Because I think there was a few moments after the trade deadline. There was a few moments where they had lost 12 of 13. And even as recent as last week, I think there were moments where you just thought that it was, I know you guaranteed the division. You didn't back off the division, but it was,
waffling here.
I don't know if they can win a series in the postseason.
Yeah.
Do you see the light? Because I think last night was an absolute statement victory.
You think so?
I do. And it was, we talked about it yesterday. Okay, you could beat bad teams. You're winning series against bad teams. Okay. Now, what did we talk about even yesterday? It's the Houston Astros. It is a team that is very motivated to come here and find a way to get one of the top 2 seeds. They were going to be playing not against the Toronto Blue Jays, but the Detroit Tigers, a team that they felt they could catch. They've got 3 games. Now, there's still 2 to go. This is only 1 in a 3-game series, but you got Skubal on the mound tonight. They are very motivated to try and make up ground to get one of those top 2 seeds, and Detroit showed up and absolutely dropped their hammer on them.
They did, against their worst pitcher. And now we'll see what they look like against postseason pitching the next couple nights. Like, these are big nights, right? These are the biggest opponents they're going to face the rest of the way.
Not one time have you said, oh, wait, their best pitcher, but it could be the best pitcher in Major League Baseball for the Tigers going tonight.
Yeah, Skubal and Hunter Brown both have like 2.4 ERA. So it's a really good matchup tonight with both guys sending arguably their best guy to the bump. And you get to see what you're made of. Like, I just don't want to do a victory lap after game one when you face their worst pitcher. Does that make sense?
Necessarily know that it's arguably their best pitchers. It is their best pitchers.
Right. Last night wasn't. So I'm not going to do the victory lap after you hit up the tin can, like win the series.
I understand that, but I just said, we're facing Skubal tonight and Hunter Brown.
Yes.
Okay, and it may be arguably for the
Houston,
Astros.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it could be Valdez or it could be Brown, depending on your preference. But those are their best two pitchers. Mm-hmm. So arguably their best pitcher, Hunter Brown, and definitely our best pitcher, and Tarek Skubal, go tonight. So I guess what you're asking when you ask me if there's light at the end of the tunnel is, like, do I believe? Like, and I think it's a fair question because I was doing a little self-scouting myself as I put the head on the pillow last night, and I wondered, am I still being so stubborn because the trade deadline was so frustrating?
Well, it really made you mad.
I think
it infuriated you.
I think it was a slap in the face to do what they did for a team capable of more, right?
It felt like it.
Yeah. So like sure. that lingers. But how long does it linger?
We have been questioning Scott Harris almost every step of the way. And it started with the Erod trade deadline, and then there wasn't much questioning last year about Jack Flaherty and getting Trey Sweeney in return. Like, everybody thought that they should sell. Nobody thought that they would be able to not block the bats and that the bats would actually somewhat come alive, that they would make the run that they did at the end of last year. And then we thought, okay, if they can't add a bat, you and I were both 80 and 82 wins. Mm-hmm. Well, they've already surpassed that.
Oh, yeah.
And they're going to be, well, they haven't surpassed it, but they will. And they are going to be a team that is probably going to be 90, 91, 92 wins.
Yeah, I think
somewhere
that's right
in the low 90s.
Yeah.
And so we've questioned them every step of the way.
Yeah.
And what Scott Harris has put together has worked. Not every game, but you look at the Dodgers. They haven't worked every game. The Mets haven't worked every game. They spent a ton of money on Juan Soto, and it hasn't provided them a clear path to a World Series appearance, let alone championship. And so my point is, I guess there are a lot of ways to do it, and he may not be doing it the way that we all think he should be doing it, but he could still get it done.
Well, yeah, nobody has said that cancel the season, they can't win the World Series. It's just been an honest, sobering moment when you go to the deadline and you had one arm and then a bunch of projects. And it feels like you made this a bit of an uphill climb. Now, John, they did beat up on those teams the last, 8 of the last 11 they've won. Mm-hmm. And maybe people are starting to get back where they were, starting to get that confidence back, and you're getting there one step at a time. The good teams they've played, Philly, Seattle, Toronto, they did not do well in those games. So that's why Houston
that was
becomes
part of that stretch where they weren't playing well. But if you go back to the Giants and the Padres, and you go back to the beginning of the season, which is what they're playing like now, mm-hmm. They beat those teams.
Right, and that's why this Houston series is so critical, right? Because this is while you're playing better ball, while you got a good team in your barn, while you're playing these games straight up, and while tonight you have a chance to take the series with them and win what would be their, is it 4 straight series if they get it done today? Mm-hmm. That's, I'll speak for myself. I'm getting there.
Okay.
I feel like I am who I am. I'm stubborn. I don't like what they did at the deadline. I think there are some still glaring concerns in a 7-game postseason series. But I'm getting there because they're playing well, and I think there's nothing wrong in acknowledging that.
And I'm not saying anybody has to think this way, but I think last night, even though it was their worst pitcher, you could say it was an oil can, you could use whatever description you want. The Tigers came ready, loaded for bear in this series. Now, we've got to see what happens in the next 2 games. But I like the odds of having Tarek Skubal on the mound, even though he hasn't had his A game, a Tarek Skubal A game his last 2 starts. For whatever reason, I don't know. But I still would put money on the fact that I think he is going to have a great performance tonight. Who loves a big moment and big time competition more than Tarek Skubal?
Oh, this is going to be a great game tonight. I was already texting some friends last night. Hey, you guys want to go to the game today? I want to make sure the rain holds off, because that's the other thing I'm looking at in the forecast. But tonight should be a great night at Comerica Park. Mm-hmm. There's a buzz. AJ was talking about it last night.
There was a buzz last night.
Yeah, and there should be again tonight. So what's the question we want from Tiger fans as we kick off the show here? Are they winning you over again? Are they're back?
Well, or I mean, was there a trade line or a trade deadline buzzkill? And are you ready to trust them again?
Was it just a prolonged slump? My answer is yes. I didn't like the way they looked, and I was concerned there for a little bit, especially after you guaranteed the division, Jim. But everything went wrong at once. But the sample size of the entire season is that this is a very good team, maybe not a great team.
Sure.
And maybe the best team in maybe a weakened American League. So
yeah, it's a wide open American League.
But they're back to playing the way that they were. I just think when they're bad right now, they're uglier than they were earlier in the season. And I think that goes to the starting pitching. There's just going to be nights with this rotation where they're going to lose it early. And AJ's going to have to throw in some long reliever or whatever. It's like, that a pitcher he doesn't mind wasting. And that's just who they are. And that'll probably show up in the postseason at some point. Well, I mean, they did last year lose 7-0 game one to the Guardians in the first game.
Yeah. Well, we talked a little yesterday. Get 3 quality starting pitchers solidified, because then that means you feel like you can win 3 of every 5. That's 60% baseball. That gets you in a great spot to not only win this division, but lock up a top 2 seed, avoid the first round altogether. And then when you're in one of those 5 or 7 game series, you trust your guy going on the bump a majority of the time.
Yeah, and I think, where's all the people right now that were concerned about the division? Because I think this thing is easily wrapped up at this point.
Don't say that, Tom.
I actually, if I would have a concern about a team behind them, it's the Royals. They're 3 over now. They're 9 back. The Guardians are 8.5 back. The Royals have pitching, and the Tigers have to play them 6 times too. Why is there all this concern about the Guardians? It's just because they've been the team that's there. I mean, the Royals had a pretty good season last year too.
Open lines, 248-539-9797. We're talking Tiger baseball because as you wake up today, this team has the best record in the American League, ahead of Toronto, ahead of Houston, who they just beat, and they have the best odds to win the American League. So, is the dread over? Is the deadline stubbornness still lingering, or do you believe this team is the best in the American League? It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, call Lawrence KG. Call KG Law. That's KAJY. Lawrence KG and KG Law, one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car, truck, and motorcycle accidents. And Lawrence KG has won millions for his clients because he fights hard for you, and KG wins big. So if you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, truck accident, motorcycle accident, you need KG Law now. That's 877-KG-CARES. Visit kgcares.com. That's KAJY, kgcares.com. Now we're having fun, busting the game wide open after Kerry Carpenter's triple. Riley Green goes yard, a night where the Tigers rolled the Houston Astros. And, John, you called it a statement win.
Yes, I thought it was definitely a statement win. And I know a lot of people will say the same thing that we've heard AJ, but AJ I think is in a different place now from when last time we talked to him. It was a sense of urgency. I think when you get to this point, especially with that 12 of 13 and the fact that they've won series, but they've been against much lesser opponents than what we believe the Tigers have their sights set on. You play against the Houston Astros at this time of the year, and you come out and you go 10-0 in the first game, especially knowing that you've got Skubal on the bump today, that you are trying to solidify not just your division. Their sights are set on something different. It is securing a 1 or a 2 seed, so you don't have to play in that initial 3-game series, even if you would host it.
Right.
You don't want to.
Could I make an amendment
To
calling this a statement win?
you can not to my statement,
Well,
but
I'm
yes.
going to try to help you out here.
Oh, please help me.
Tonight would be a statement win. Tonight would take the series. Tonight you'd face a much better pitcher. Tonight would be the statement win. Is that fair to say?
You could look at it that way.
Because in and of itself, the win yesterday didn't win them the series, and
Right.
it didn't prove they could hit playoff pitching.
They could
and
still lose the series.
Yes.
But I think it's a bigger moment for the Tigers to start the series like that with Jack Flaherty on the mound, knowing that, hey, okay, yeah, we had this 12 of 13. We've beat up on lesser opponents, but now we're playing against a team that we could see in the postseason, that we did see in the postseason last year. This is our opportunity to plant our flag because we know we've got Skubal on the mound tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think tonight's, and he has not pitched well recently.
2 games.
Let's be right. Tonight's the night. It would be great to see him be vintage.
Yes.
Drop the hammer,
In front of the home crowd.
win the series for sure.
That's the statement, right?
I mean, can the best pitcher on the planet make a statement like that?
I think the statement was last night. I actually agree with John in terms of the fact that, you know what, they set the tone for the series. They seem to have an approach to this game that it was more important to them than it was to the Astros.
I just would like to paint the picture that they're going to throw their best 2 guys, and if we lose the series, I'm going to go back to today and go, what statement was it? Like, just
Exactly.
wait for the guy who's jumped out in front of stuff and gotten yelled at for it. Maybe we wait one more day.
But ever since they trailed 3-0 in Minnesota, and Skubal kind of had a rough outing in that game, and then they rescued him. Other than Sunday's, paddock start, they've played good baseball.
They have,
And
which is why it's got us revisiting some of the angst of the last month here. And specifically, I think it centers around losing 12 of 13 and then the deadline that was such a buzzkill.
And they weren't playing good when they were winning after the slump.
Sure.
That was the thing. It was just a very ugly slump, I think. Prolonged.
Let's get to Mike on a cell. Mike, good morning.
Good morning, fellas. I don't think that we ever left. I don't think that we ever really just got what we needed from the trade deadline. I called in and I said that we weren't going to do nothing. We didn't do nothing. We had a very prolonged slump, as was just stated, I think, with the Kerry triple last night, then with the Riley Green home run, and then the Trey Sweeney triple, and then the Trey Sweeney home run, and then the Cole Keith double, and then the Cole Keith home run. I mean, the bats are hot, fellas. It's just we need to work on the bullpen,
Yep.
This bullpen currently right now is not going to win us a World Series. It's just not. And I'm sorry to say it, but something has to change. Like when Flaherty's good, when he's throwing that first pitch strike and then he's getting a swing and a miss on the second pitch, he has easy innings. And then we see Tarik Skubal is human. I don't think that we ever left the conversation, but I think we just were in a very bad slump for sure.
Oh, there's no doubt that slump was painful.
Yeah.
And the bullpen concerns. That's why everything goes back to the deadline. We got ticket texters who say, can we drop the deadline bit? Let's concentrate on what we have now and how we can make it work. Texter says, can't believe we're still crying about the deadline. Morton and Finnegan alone make the deadline a success. He goes on to say, everyone was crying about not trading for a guy, but Melton's still here and he's going to be part of the future. He's under team control for the next 6 seasons.
I think Melton was, we did not add him at the deadline. We added him to the roster around the deadline, but he was a guy that they just brought up. I think that was has been a really nice addition. He has pitched well, and he has pitched well in positions that AJ has set up for him.
The bullpen over the last several months is one of the worst in baseball. So and even the guy who called in saying they're still in the fight acknowledged that's the thing that would stop them from winning the World Series.
Well,
and
their bats were some of the worst in baseball as well.
Yeah. But the bullpen stuff's gone on for more than a 12, 13-game stretch.
Right.
And even the guy who called in saying I'm still in the fight acknowledges they didn't do anything at the deadline, and that's the thing that has him concerned. So that's why it continues to come up. If they fall short, you're going to look back and go, was there a move or two that they didn't make that's haunting them? So it's not going to go away.
Right. And okay, the conversation can go on and on and on because they didn't make themselves as good as the Dodgers. They didn't make themselves as good as some other teams are. But it doesn't mean that they didn't make the moves that can win for them.
Tex says you have to prove you could beat quality playoff pitching. Need one of the next two and want to see Riley Green again against a quality righty. Says, great show, guys. That's Ken leaving for work. Let's get to Chuck real quick. Chuck, good morning.
Yes, good morning. I'm a lifelong Tiger, born in Detroit, was 16 when they won the World Series in '68, and I live in Minnesota right now, so I still follow them. I was at the game last night, and what I need to see is Flattery have a couple more starts like he did last night.
Agreed.
I was nervous. Even into the fourth inning until we started breaking it open. I don't think Flattery would be capable of a 1-0 win kind of thing and holding it together. But I do want to say something else on the positive, and that is Hinch knows how to turn the screws. And if he needs to make a change, he can make a change. That's a plus that gives me a lot of confidence.
Yeah. There's no doubt that.
Yeah, I mean, you need to see more starts like you saw last night from Flaherty. You need to see the best of Morton, who's going to go against Valdez. Not tonight, but tomorrow.
Day game, yep. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, you may have heard or may have seen Dan Campbell is showing off his acting chops again in a new set of Applebee's commercials.
I saw one this morning.
On TV?
Yeah.
I have not. I mean, I don't really watch TV, I guess, to actually see it.
No, I saw one early this morning.
Obviously, I saw it connected to the article. He's back kind of in his role, an upgraded manager role at Applebee's. And he stars alongside, I think there's a series of commercials. Some have Las Vegas Raiders rookie running back Ashton Gentry, and then also Houston Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud. Mm-hmm. But we have some, so let's take a listen.
He says riblets is hilarious.
I like that he threw
riblet?
Yeah. I like that he threw in blue cheese as one of the first options.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You do like blue cheese.
Yeah.
And he was asked later about his performances in the first series of commercials compared to the second, and he did feel like the first go-around was a little bit better. Last year's was poked a little bit, not fun, but like really played into his character a little bit more.
Right, yeah, his personality.
Where this one was more of an ad.
A commercial.
For what we have to offer at Applebee's, but still good nonetheless. Justin Bieber was in Vegas over the weekend. Or was he?
Oh, how's the Biebs?
It wasn't really him. It was a Bieber impersonator. Found himself in some hot water after he tricked the staff at a Las Vegas hotel into believing that he was actually Justin Bieber, and he ended up performing on stage in front of a packed crowd. Yeah, so it happened Saturday night at the Wynn after this DJ that was obviously performing was told and believed that was really Justin Bieber. Invited him on stage. The guy sang a couple songs, invited into the DJ booth, was taking pictures with everyone, and then staff realized, hold up, wait, you're not the real Justin Bieber. get out of here, and got the boot. But it's funny because I've seen it. It doesn't really look. I mean, he looks somewhat like Justin Bieber,
But
right?
not like Justin Bieber.
But he doesn't look exactly like Justin Bieber.
Yeah. And how did he sound?
I didn't listen.
Okay.
I only looked at the photos. I mean, he must have sounded
Similar?
okay.
Yeah.
Was he singing? Was he like lip syncing to a track? I don't know. I don't know how it all went down, or everyone was just intoxicated enough to truly believe that it was Justin Bieber. 4 people were arrested over the weekend and related to illegal gambling operations. Happened in Macomb County. The arrests were made after raids took place at several locations. So last Friday, police raided the Floral Cafe on 21 Mile Road, and then a residence in Sterling Heights and in Clinton Township. Then the next day, also, they raided another cafe on Hayes Road and then another home in Washington Township. Found tons of gambling machines. They seized vehicles, tons of money in cash, $12,000 during one raid, $5,000 in another. So lots of people facing lots of different charges. Finally, police need your help. They're asking the public's help to locate a missing man who was last seen at the Renaissance Festival this past weekend. Rockwood police say Jacob Angelis did not return home after the festival on Saturday. Supposed to show up for work the next day. Didn't show up for work. Drives a 2006 Silver Jeep Commander. So if anybody knows his whereabouts, give police a call.
Yeah, let the police know.
Yeah.
Heather with the news. Less than an hour away from the 2 Grand Slam. A chance to win $2,000 with us this morning. That's at 7:25. Coming up next, the Hot Seat Index. It's 97.1. And it's Heather.
Hold on one moment. Let me get all my papers straight here. Okay. I know.
If I turned my mic on.
I have it written down and everything. But hey, parents, it's me. And as the new school year kicks off, you've got a lot on your plate. And if you're like most, you appreciate knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your monthly bills. Well, Verizon has some big news that will bring you serious peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. And right now, you can get a single line for a low price of just $50 a month when you switch and bring your phone on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. And again, that amazing price is locked in for 3 whole years because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one big thing off your back to school worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit today and ask about their 3-year price lock guarantee. Get ready for a smooth, connected school year. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
It's time for the Hot Seat Index. College coaches, pro coaches, scale of 1 to 5, 5 being smoldering. You're going to be fired. Tom's got some names.
Aren't we nice people? It's August and we're firing people. There's some big names on this college list and NFL too, but the first two in college are just humongous names. First one is USC's Lincoln Riley.
Lincoln Riley, I would say, is about a 4 right now. I don't necessarily know that he's going to be gone, but their alumni base, their fan base, is an impatient bunch. He came with Caleb Williams and did not win a championship. He won the Heisman, but they weren't able to win. And since Caleb Williams, like last year, he was no quarterback worth of any note. And the offensive line was not what you need for in terms of physicality to be in the Big Ten. Now, I think he gets this year and probably the start of next year before they say enough is enough.
I had him at a 4 as well. Think about this. You're hired to win titles. He made the playoff with Oklahoma. He brought in all the guys. He's got an elite recruiting base out in Southern California, and they've lost 11 games over the last 2 seasons. Failed with Caleb, and their entrance into the Big Ten was a flop. Can they do more than sling the ball around? Can they develop any type of toughness running the ball and playing defense? If the answer is no, he gone.
Yeah, I was going to say, try playing defense. All right, the next one I think is the biggest one that could happen if things go completely south. Brian Kelly, LSU.
I said 2, but it's probably actually 3 because of the heat that is LSU. Expectation, year 4, they've had 10-win seasons. It's about titles. The last 3 coaches won national championships. Kelly's got to do it.
He hasn't even won an SEC title.
Yeah.
And so it's not just about a national championship. You've got to find a way to win an SEC championship. You've got to find a way to get into the playoffs. And you've got to find a way, I think, this year to at least be in the Final Four, because it'll come down to, and we talked about it, if John Gruden wants to get into college football, this could take, I think it's a 3, this could take it to even higher levels if they see a path to get somebody that energizes the fan base like a John Gruden.
Brent Venables from Oklahoma.
Oh, I think this is a 5. I think this is going on year 4, 6-7 in year 1, 10-3 in year 2. Okay, things seem to be going in the right direction. They go to the SEC and absolutely get just dogpiled.
Can I just say something quick about that? This just smells so much like when Nebraska went to the Big Ten. Like Oklahoma's just going to get lost in the shuffle.
Yeah, you get swallowed up. 2-6 in his first season of SEC football. I had him at a 4 out of 5.
All right, one of the big hires just a couple of years ago, and a Big Ten guy, Luke Fickell.
This is a 5. This is when you bring the air raid to Madison, Wisconsin. Yeah. This is like John Jansen opening a vegan restaurant. It just doesn't make sense. And they have no identity as a result. 13-13. Gauntlet schedule this year has them playing 6 preseason top 25 teams. They will fire Luke Fickell.
I think this is a 4. I'm not ready to say a 5, but it's close because he did make the change at offensive coordinator. Went with Jeff Grimes, and I think he gets another year because he's getting back to what Wisconsin football is, and that should be recruiting really big offensive linemen, developing them, which he did at Cincinnati. And I have no idea why, when he went to Wisconsin, they decided they're going to go air raid. It's about finding a quarterback as well.
Yeah, they still don't have one.
They still don't have a
quarterback. They took Billy Edwards from Maryland. Who?
Right.
All right. The next one is what I would refer to as the Kirk Ferentz of the Big 12, Mike Gundy.
I think this is a 2, maybe a 1. I don't know that Oklahoma State, I think they know their position in the world. And I think they've come to the understanding that they could spend some money on facilities and they could spend money in a lot of different places. But who if it's not Mike Gundy, who do they get to coach there that's going to make a difference?
Well, I think it's tough because he's obviously an alum, famous alum, played there and has 7 double-digit win seasons there. He's beloved, but they went 3-9 last year, and they got 60 new bodies coming in. And if it looks disjointed back-to-back seasons, I would say it's a 3.
Okay.
Last one's a combo meal, local guys. Is there any heat on either Jonathan Smith or Sharon Moore?
I think they're both at a 2. I don't think either of them have their job at stake this year. Some of it's going to really rely on their quarterbacks. Aiden Childs, what's the development? Are they better this year? Are they a 6-win team and get to a bowl game? Even if they're 5 wins, I just don't see them moving on. I don't think they should move on after only 2 years. He's a guy that needs to recruit and develop. And for Sharon Moore, if he's made it through all this, I don't think there's a path for him unless just everything goes bad and they're a 3-win team, which I don't see happening. I don't think his job is really at stake at either.
Sharon a 2, Smith a 3. New AD didn't hire him. Examples like Indiana, who can hit the portal and have instant success. It's not about 3 or 4 years anymore for Jonathan Smith.
All right, let's go to the NFL and a guy that was in Detroit last week, Mike McDaniel with the Dolphins.
I think there's a 5. I think he's probably got his house on the market, probably told the wife and kids, hey, go wherever our home base is going to be, because I'm just going to sit here and make sure that, hey, the plumbing is fixed, the garage door works, there's a new roof on the house. All of these things are taken care of because I don't see them winning, and not to the level that Miami needs them to win at. And I think just time has run out. He's a weird dude, and I think if you're not winning, weirdness is going to hit that fan base and ownership in a completely different way, and he is gone.
Their team is soft. He's a weird dude. Offense is supposed to be their calling card, the Shanahan style. They've never run the ball effectively. This is a 4.5.
Next guy I really like.
You put a half in there? I didn't know we were going decimal points.
Next guy's a guy that I personally really like as a coach. I think he's a pretty good coach that's just gotten a completely horrible deal. Kevin Stefanski with Cleveland.
This is a 5. They're going to start 0-5, and he's going to be the scapegoat. He's going to be fired.
There's no one that likes a scapegoat more than their owner. And it's ironic, too, because the reason they're in this place is because of ownership. They went out and got Deshaun Watson, and I would imagine the coach had to sign off on it or at least agree to it somewhat. But they've been in salary cap hell, in just roster purgatory since that time. They do start off with 5 teams that made the playoffs last year, and I do think they start 0-5. But I would actually say he's more of a, since we're going to go decimal points, 3.5.
Well, this is a guy that I think if he gets whacked in the middle of the season, he's a great OC candidate for a team.
100% agree.
And I actually would like to see him get a second chance at a head coaching job.
Agreed.
Next one, Mike's guy, Brian Daboll.
I think this is a 5. I think it's just a matter of time. And I don't know what Jackson Dart does. I don't know what Russell Wilson does. I can make my predictions as regards to a rookie quarterback having much success. Now, he's got some weapons down the field, but I think Daboll is dead man walking.
4. And the only reason it's not a 5 is he does have that rookie quarterback kind of as a meat shield. If he gets hot at the end of the year, do you really want to change up the offense? He did win a playoff game way back when, so I've got it at a 4.
The Giants might be looking at how Chicago does. Rookie quarterback, you make a change at the coach, and now what does Ben Johnson do there? Year 2, how much did it either screw up or help Caleb Williams? Could be looking at the same thing with Jackson Dart.
I'm going to group the next 2 together because I think ownership plays into this big time in terms of hot seat. One is Dave Canales with Carolina. We all know how their owner can be overreactionary. And I also still think the Irsay family is in control in Indy, so Shane Steichen.
I have them both at 3.
Okay.
Yeah, I do too. I think that if things go horribly wrong and they're a 2-win team, either of them, yeah, I think they're gone. But if they're right around 6, 7, 8 wins,
they stick around, but then they're on the hot seat.
Yeah.
The next name I think is a 0 because I could never, ever see it happening in season. Mike Tomlin.
Would you like to go first?
Is this what it actually is or what it should be? Because the guy hasn't won a playoff game since 2016, and that's the Steelers.
Their ownership will not fire a guy that's won a Super Bowl.
Then it's 0, but it should be a 4.
In season. Now, after the season, we could have a discussion.
I think it's a 0, or it's like 0.5. Since
all right, now stop this.
It's actually 0.67.
Right. And the reason I say that is I don't think they would do it in season. And I also think he's not going to be fired. I think there would be a negotiated settlement. There's enough respect on both sides. I don't think Tomlin says, hey, to get rid of me, you're going to have to fire me. I think they come to and he steps down so that he can move on to another head coaching spot.
And more importantly, Aaron Rodgers doesn't have the cachet in Pittsburgh to get a coach fired in season.
They also might be a candidate to trade their coach. Keep an eye on that next offseason. We saw it with Gruden. We've seen it. Very rarely does it happen, but they could, If somebody desperately wants Mike Tomlin, I could see that happening.
Last one is the most recent on this list, only one of two on the list to reach a Super Bowl, and it's Zach Taylor.
5.
Really?
Oh, yeah, I think it's a 5 because they have started. What did they do differently in the preseason this year? And I know they have played Joe Burrow before. They have played him in both games. If you saw the game last night, he was running for his life. And they have to start fast. If they don't start fast, if they miss the playoffs, he gone.
Yeah, can't blame the quarterback and the receivers. They're already paid. They're not going anywhere. So I go 4.
Okay.
Hot seat. It's 97-1.
Hey, summer is rolling right along. We've got our sights set on fall now. So there's a lot of things that you need to make sure you take care of, whether it's your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Mastercraft is the team that you need to call. They take care of my house. They'll take care of yours as well. Upgrade your system now, whichever one of those you want to upgrade, and you can save up to $1,000. Give them a call for details. You can also schedule a free, no obligation in-home estimate. They offer same-day service if you call before noon, so get on that phone early if you need them today. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com.
It's a Tuesday, which means 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. Chance to win $2,000. Can you get all 10 questions right? Yesterday, we got some news on the Trey Hendrickson front. John?
It's exhausting. I can't even imagine being a Bengals fan. And we just talked about Zach Taylor and him being on the hot seat. They've paid both receivers. They've paid their quarterback. They refused to upgrade their offensive line. Their defense was bad last year, on the verge of horrible last year. And their number one guy defensively, they can't seem to get back into football pads.
They haven't paid him.
Right. And so
they're
now
at an impasse. So what would it take to get him? We had a little bit of news and movement there. Diana Rossini says the asking price is a young defensive player and a 2026 first-round pick. Obviously, you have to extend him as well, and the Lions are underwater for 2026. But they're going to restructure Goff, and they can restructure other players, and they can't keep everybody anyway. But
they're eventually going to pay Hutch.
Yes. I imagine Hutch is going to be part of that Goff restructure. How do you pay Hendrickson? Well, it's this admission that you can't keep everybody. So in a perfect world, you would use a player you won't be able to re-sign. You can't afford to keep, and you use them plus a first to get this done. So is that a Brian Branch, a Jack Campbell, plus a first? Would you do it? Is that too steep?
So the one that you might not be able to afford to keep is Brian Branch.
That's going to be a safety and high-paid guy.
Yeah, and Kirby Joseph. And you went out and signed DJ Reed. Who knows what Terrion Arnold's going to be? That's way down the road. But Brian Branch, the position that he plays, is going to cost you more than whatever they pay Jack Campbell at the linebacker position. So I think your likely candidate they're not going to. I was joking around yesterday when we talked about this in regards to who they would possibly trade, and I mentioned Derek Barnes. That's not the level of young player. Plus, he signed a new contract. I mean,
why stop there? Broderick Martin's a young defensive player. He fits the bill,
right? Yeah, Broderick Martin. I mean, you could be snarky and say whatever you want, which I was being snarky yesterday when I said Derek Barnes or You could insert any player, Levi Onwuzurike. All right, hey, you got your rights to him. We'll give him away.
No, I'm trying to make this a deal that actually hurts because you have to give to get. And the answer simply from Lions fans might be no. But Brian Branch in a first, it'd be hard for Cincinnati to turn that down, right? If you have the belief, I can't pay 2 safeties record-setting money and I already paid Kirby Joseph, this is a guy I can't afford to keep anyway, and I could bring in a player who helps me win now. Mm-hmm. Would you do that deal?
No, I wouldn't. And I wouldn't because of the contract you're going to have to sign Trey Hendrickson to. It just doesn't fit in any world because the longer it takes for them to re-sign Aiden Hutchinson, I mean, what is it now, 45 a year? At the end of the season, it probably starts with the 5 in the front of it. So it'll be 50 some odd million. You just physically can't pay both edges top edge money because Trey Hendrickson deserves to be in the same conversation as a Myles Garrett, as a Max Crosby,
as a guy who's had
an Aiden Hutchinson
17 and a half sack seasons. What you'd be saying is, I think you could afford to pay Aiden and Hendrickson, but it would mean I'm not extending JMO. I'm not extending Laporta. I'm already trading away Brian Branch. You're deconstructing that next wave of young players to chase the title this year and next year, and that's the decision Brad Holmes would have to make. And by the way, I wouldn't do the Branch in a first for Hendrickson because I feel like I'm cutting off my nose despite my face. Mm-hmm. I want to keep all the players I have right now to win right now. See, I'd be more willing to give up 2 firsts and say, just go all out right now and deal with the wreckage later. But I don't want to give up quality guys. I think Brian Branch is actually a better player than Kirby Joseph. I don't know if you agree with me on that, but the way he impacts a defense with the way he can play in man coverage, off coverage, as a blitzer, as a flock to the football player, I love what he does for this defense, and I'm not just giving that up.
100% agree that it is...
Like, I would have rather traded Kirby Joseph.
No question, but Kirby Joseph has a very team-friendly contract, and I think Kirby Joseph understands where he is at in the hierarchy. I think he understands that Brian Branch is more valuable to this defense. So he was willing to take a team-friendly contract because he's still going to get paid.
Yeah.
And if Brian Branch is the do-it-all in the secondary, I love the fact that he's the enforcer on the back end there. He could play safety, strong safety. He could play free safety. He could play corner. He could play nickel. He could do all the things that you talked about at this point in his career. Now, there's going to be limitations in 4 or 5 years. I don't know that he is any more able to play any more the corner position. But now you still have an all-world safety.
Yeah.
And I don't think I'm with you on that. I would much rather give up Kirby Joseph. I think Brian Branch is way too important to this secondary. And I think actually when I look at the Bengals defense, where they really need help is that linebacker position. I think
the problem is Jack is earmarked to replace Anzalone, who's going to be gone after this season.
Yeah. And so what are you going to do at that position? If you end up trading Jack Campbell and Alex Anzalone is maybe he's around for another year, what's the succession plan at that position? It's very important for this style of defense.
Isn't the easiest answer the one that we just keep coming back to? And it's not Trey Hendrickson. It's Za'Darius.
Oh, there's no, yeah.
Who costs a fraction. Like, he's probably half the pass rusher in terms of sack totals, but he's going to be a hell of a lot cheaper than half the cost.
Yes. And it's a 1-year deal. It's not going to take you anything past it. You could give voidables. You can they may say announce it as a 2-year deal, but it's in essence a 1. I think it happens within the next 7 days.
Because as we sit here today, Marcus Davenport is a starting edge player, and he has not been able to stay healthy. And it just feels foolish to roll into the season without more on the edge.
Well, especially losing Hassanen. Yeah. And Pascal, who knows when he's going to be back. You've already lost Onwuzurike up front. You are going down a very similar path as you had last year. If Davenport goes down and Pascal's not available yet, who is opposite Hutch? I mean, you're starting to throw in guys like Al-Quadin Muhammad, who can be serviceable at times. I'm not going to sit here and say he's a bad player, but he's not an every down edge defender.
What about the guy Brad keeps bringing up, Nate Lynn?
Nate Lynn, undrafted free agent.
I'd like a little more certainty as we chase the Super Bowl here.
Right.
So Brad did speak about the Za'Darius rumors and sources and stuff. So we'll play that after the update. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Weingarts. A fun night at the ballpark for the Tigers last night. A 10-0 win over the Astros with seemingly everything going right. 4 Tigers drove in multiple runs. 4 went deep as well. Trey Sweeney, perhaps the biggest hero, a triple, then this in the 7th. Riley Green, Colt Keith, and Wencio Perez also went deep. Jack Flaherty, really good. One of the best starts of the year for him. 7 scoreless, 9 strikeouts. Tonight, Tarek Skubal versus Hunter Brown, the local guy, and ace-off with the Tigers going for the series win. Significant injury news for Michigan just 2 weeks before the season opener. Freshman offensive tackle Andrew Babalola has suffered a knee injury that is expected to cost him the season. The 5-star was battling Evan Link for the starting left tackle job and was expected to be a major player on the Wolverines' offensive line this season. The Lions have their second joint practice at training camp Thursday in Allen Park against the Texans. Yesterday, a shorter practice indoors with Isaac Tesla earning some first-team reps. Terrion Arnold also had one of his best days at camp in coverage. The golf begins tomorrow at the Live Team Championship at the Cardinal at St. John's Resort in Plymouth. The 12th and 13th teams in the standings score off for a play-in. The winner makes the weekend. The loser does not. Some of the players teeing it up tomorrow to begin the week in Plymouth include Henrik Stenson, Ian Poulter, Lee Westwood, Danny Lee, and Kevin Na. And projected NHL first-round pick Alan Valentini has decided to play for Michigan this season. The 5'8" forward from Toronto joins the Wolverines team with 6 NHL draft picks. Michigan did not make the tournament last season for the first time since 2019. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Mentioned we have some audio of Brad Holmes. He was he did the show with Kay Adams, Up and Adams, her show. She was in town, and she brought up the Trey Hendrickson reports. And let's start with Brad Holmes' openness to adding right now.
There's always a time to strike, and if it comes, we have never, I don't think we've shown a time where we've been scared to really do something or make a move, but there's always going to be just calculated, and there's got to be a little bit of strategy behind it.
Then she goes, I didn't quite get the answer I wanted. Let me insinuate, well, what about a guy who may be available with back-to-back 17.5 sack seasons?
Back-to-back 17-plus sack seasons interesting to you, Brad?
Well, sacks are good.
An
obviously.
edge, potentially?
Yeah.
The world wants to know.
Sacks are good.
Sacks are good.
We have a pretty good one now.
There we go. We love to hear it.
That didn't exactly sound like they're chasing Trey Hendrickson.
No, and I don't think they should.
We laid it out. If it was Brian Branch in a first, would you do it? We'll take some phone calls and ticket text 248-539-9797. Door number 2 is just pick up the phone and call Zadarius Smith. And door number 3 is Marcus Davenport, Nate Lynn, cobbled together.
Mitch Agude.
Yeah.
Isaac Ukwu. Who? Al-Qadim Muhammad. It's going to be a turnstile at that other edge position. Who is in there now? And it might be just simply, hey, you sit down and you've got the numbers and you got the roster in front of you, and it's just, okay, who's in there now? Oh, what number is that? Oh, wait, no. Who's in there next?
Why hasn't the Zadarius thing happened?
I think this is all on Zadarius' side. I think he is just simply waiting for the bulk of training camp to be over, which it almost is. There's some joint practices with Houston, and they'll obviously play Houston at 1 o'clock on Saturday.
But if he signed today, he doesn't have to go and do these practices this week, and then he could just ramp up on the side, right?
Yes, and that's exactly what he would do. So that's why I say within the next 7 days, whether it happens before the Houston game, it happens just after the Houston game, he only needs a couple of weeks to get up to speed. He'll be ready by week 1. Why it's not happening today, I can't tell you. I do think it happens this week.
Because I love that we've been reduced to this. Reading his ex/current girlfriend's tweets, they allegedly got back together. You don't get back together unless you're planning on living in Detroit for a minute here. And the team could use him. That's the most important thing. The team could use him. It would be beneficial for both sides.
So what are the reasons why Zadarius hasn't signed? I don't think it's on the Lions side because they can get a productive, proven edge opposite Hutch. That's a 3-down guy, 4-down guy if they gets to that. But I think on Zadarius' side, he may simply be waiting to see in this last week, is there an edge that goes down? Could I get more money, more years somewhere else? And if not, I'll come back to Detroit. He already talked about Detroit's where I want to be. He thinks he can win a Super Bowl in Detroit. It's and where that edge is. If it's somewhere else, I don't think he's a guy that would go to the Giants, because I don't think the Giants have much of a hope of doing anything. I don't think he would be a guy that would go to even like the Carolina Panthers. While they might be an up-and-coming team, and in another couple of years, Zadarius is probably not in the league anymore. He is a guy that wants to win now.
Your confidence level that he's playing against the Green Bay Packers week 1?
A percentage?
Sure.
I'd say 80%.
Okay. How would you feel in the 20% scenario where Nate Lynn is a guy who makes the roster and Marcus Davenport is the starting end opposite Aiden Hutchinson?
Oh, I would be looking at when is Marcus Davenport going to go down? And in that world, here's the thing about Marcus Davenport. You can't count on him to be there for 17 games. I'm not even sure you can count on him to be there for 8 games, 7 games. He hasn't had that in his history over the last couple of years. And you could say, well, the tricep, it was a fluke injury. Well, we've seen guys with fluke injuries. They just seem to happen to the same guys over and over and over.
To your point, 2020, he started 1 game. 21, 9. 22, 9. 23, 3, and last year he started all of 1 football game for the Detroit Lions.
Right.
You're never getting 10 games out of the guy, and you'd be lucky to get 8 or 9.
The gamble on the other side is because he is not making a lot,
when healthy, he could be much better on the edge opposite Aiden Hutchinson than Za'Darius is. The gamble is he going to be available or not?
Why not both?
Well, I agree. I agree.
Because I don't have to pick. I can have both. Neither of them
and
are
you might get
break-the-bank
more
guys.
out of Davenport if you have Za'Darius. And you might get more out of Za'Darius if you have of Davenport as well. That's healthy. You rotate those guys through. Not as many reps, more production, but less risk of injury on both sides.
248-539-9797. Getting some of your response on the phones and ticket text today. Texter says, Branch is my favorite Lion, but I'd trade him for a D-end. Let's go win the Super Bowl now. Ticket text says, no, I'm not trading away Branch. It would feel like a lateral move to lose him and add Hendrickson.
Right, because you're looking at the length of career. And for those guys that could play a really long time, Brian Branch is at one of those positions. And it could play at a high level for a really long time.
Trading a top defender for a top defender isn't upgrading, guys.
I mean, this definition of a lateral move.
Text says Arnold in a first. Who says no? I'd do that. I don't think Brad would. I would do that. Again, understand you're
that
also...
one makes you think a heck of a lot because of what the expectations are for Terry Arnold. Okay, if you don't have Terry Arnold this year, and on one side, you have two dominant edge defenders. Quarterback's not a lot of time to throw the ball. In fact, when we talked to Amik, that's one of the things he talked about. But then Amik is your CB2.
Yeah, which I like.
Break Strong coming back.
No. Yeah, and I think some of this is philosophical. If I can get home with 4, I can drop extra guys into coverage. I can help my corners. I've got good safeties. I've got a number 1 corner. I can shield and shade and help. If I can't get home consistently, I have to blitz, which means I have to leave my corners on islands. I would rather be in the position to help my guys in coverage and end the play earlier with elite front, elite edge pressure and interior pressure. It's philosophical at that point. And again, it's not as easy as, okay, I trade Arnold in a 1 and I get Trey Hendrickson. It's also the admission I'm not keeping J-Mo and Laporta as well.
So
that accelerates the fact that you have to win in the next 2 years.
When you have 5 defensive backs on the field, which is going to happen a lot in today's NFL, you've got Terrion Arnold, Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph, DJ Reed, and Amik Robertson as your nickel. That's a pretty good secondary. If you take Terrion Arnold out of there, now who do you have at that opposite corner? Even if you move Amik Robertson to that position, you got a cast of characters of Khalil Dorsey, Rocky Ya-Sin. I mean,
I like Rocky Ya-Sin, but let's be honest about it.
Yeah, I don't. There's no world where I want to go into it with him as the starting nickel, or even if they put him at a corner position and they keep Amik Robertson at nickel. Like that's not a world that I want to go into this division race with. And I know, okay, JJ, we have no idea what he's going to be, but it's still Justin Jefferson. By the time they play him, Jordan Addison will be back.
Yeah.
No.
Text says, are you kidding? I'd trade Branch in a first for Hendrickson in a heartbeat. If you have a good pressure up front, it helps out all of those defensive backs. Another text says, this town is obsessed with a second elite pass rusher, and they want to throw away cornerstone pieces of the defense. Show me a team with 2 elite edge rushers.
Sent by Brad and Allen Park. I think we've heard those same words. But I mean, they're not wrong when they say that, because it just becomes almost impossible to keep the young core together and pay everybody when you have Hutch making 50+ a year. And what's the contract going to be for Trey Hendrickson?
Right.
It's going to be at least 42, 43.
All the thing I just want to paint is this picture where in 2 years, they'll lose somebody. They'll lose, it might not be Branch, but it could be Laporta and J-Mo, and it could be 2 of those 3. So if I'm already going to lose them, you could offer them in a trade right now to get a player who helps you win right now. And if in 2 years you can't manage the cap, then, oh well, you were already going to run into that anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, it's you're looking at the offense, and I know we love Jahmyr Gibbs. How long is he going to be able to do what he does? For the foreseeable future, sure, he's young. But there's an expiration date, and you're going to not be paying, and this might be the last year of David Montgomery. This might be the last year of Sonic and Knuckles in the backfield. what does that world look like? How do you continue to make this a dominant offense? Because you got to have two backs.
With the way they play? Yeah, because you're not just, one guy's not going to carry the ball 350 times every single year without getting hurt. It's just not going to happen. 248-539-9797. We've got Heather's News coming up next. We have the 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. Want to get into the Tigers. Host on the show wants to say something about last night's game and a little food debate later in the show. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. You better hire somebody who knows exactly what those are and sees them before they're coming. You need the experience of Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. So whether it's personal income tax or business payroll taxes that get you jammed up, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not a tax organization with a random individual you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Get ready for the upcoming football season with Moran Chevrolet, proud sponsor of all our training camp coverage on 97.1 The Ticket. Time to elevate your tailgating game. You're looking forward to football? You need the right truck. The 2026 Silverado 4x4 LT Crew Cab that you can lease for $265 a month. That's a 24-month lease. That's only $999 down. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer in 2024. Shop online, find your ride fast, MoranExpress.com, or stop by. They'll take care of you in person. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Heather with the news.
Well, a former graduate student is suing Michigan State University for $100 million, claiming the university refused to give her proper lab equipment, which ultimately led to thyroid cancer over a decade later. So this student was an international student from China, and she was a student research assistant at MSU from 2008 to 2011, and she was earning her master's degree at the time. And last year, she was diagnosed with cancer. Well, the lawsuit argues that this woman was forced to spray hazardous chemicals without proper safety equipment or training. She claims officials constantly reassured her that she was okay, that she was safe, but she started feeling effects of the pesticides while she was working at the university. The school did release a statement. Obviously not much. They said they can't obviously comment on pending litigation, but they did say that the university prioritizes the health and safety of their entire campus community. The woman's attorney does believe that other student researchers have had similar experiences, similar problems as well. I mean, it does, you would think if you're using pesticides and things like that, and you're not wearing a mask or gloves or proper...
You're exposed to them,
Yeah.
Yeah, as you were reading it, I'm going, $100 million for what? But then you start messing around with chemicals and cancer, and...
Can you prove that the cancer is from that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is the question I would, because a lot of people have cancer and they've never sprayed pesticides in their life. That's going to be her key, is tying it back to the university. Hank Winchester is opening up about his legal issues as he returned to his podcast co-hosting duties alongside Kelly Stafford on Monday. On the episode, he reflected on the last 9 weeks of his life, calling them emotionally exhausting and the worst weeks he's ever experienced. And he says, I've had a lot of bad things happen in my life. Both of my parents have passed away. I've had cancer. I've been divorced. I've done these things, but this by far what was the worst of it. He didn't go into all the details of the allegations or the investigations, but he did say, quote, I will let you know that there was an allegation that was made against me by someone, and police have a responsibility in these situations to investigate allegations, but they should also take the time to investigate the person making the allegation, which does...
Yeah,
it makes sense, right?
Upside down.
Exactly. He also said that during the investigation, he spent most of his time inside his home, stayed away from social media, stayed away really from the public. And he said he was mostly able to shield his daughter from the news of all of the allegations. And basically the takeaway he's got, though, is that he's got a very different perspective on life. He's like, once you kind of close off all the things you've been doing and you sit with yourself, right? You're able to really reflect differently on what's important to you. On Monday, Applebee's released a pair of some new commercials starring none other than Dan Campbell, right? He made his return as a head shift manager at the restaurant. And this time, Campbell stars alongside Las Vegas Raiders running back Ashton Genty and Houston Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud.
Later, can you cut just riblets as a drop? He says it weird.
It's cute.
Yeah.
Over 80,000. I think that's AJ's bullpen plan. All the combinations. Campbell's great in these.
He is.
I know he's hard
really
on
good.
himself. He felt like he did a better job last year in terms of his acting.
Yeah.
He did. He said that during a little press conference. But I thought last year they
the original scripts were more. I think they were easier for him and his personality.
Yeah, he was just himself and played into his persona. This one, but still nice. This is more of an advertisement for what the restaurant has. But
I think he does a great
either
job.
way,
Yeah.
I thought he did great. You guys, for those who were able to get their hands on that breast milk ice cream.
Oh, yeah? Did you try again?
I did. I looked every day. I don't know if you... Maybe it just sold out super quickly.
Yeah.
Or maybe you really had to be online at like whenever, you know. I don't know, but every time I looked, it said it was sold out because I was going to order some.
I'm not disappointed that you didn't get it.
I was going to bring it in. I thought that would be amazing. Anyway, though, John, the reviews are that it is pretty darn good. People are enjoying it. Josh Hart of the New York Knicks was able to try some. They had a pop-up, where you could actually go and buy some at the store. And he said that it was really good. I guess he went viral because he shared that he had tried his wife's breast milk at one point. I guess so this was like a full circle moment. And he said, not going to lie, it's very accurate, he says. And he says he hope his wife's not mad at him.
Again, this is not real breast
No, there's
milk.
no breast milk in this ice cream at all.
It's
It's just supposed to be flavored and healthier.
Yes, it have these nutrients and the flavor of, so anyway, he's giving it rave reviews. So
Eventually we'll get our hands on some, John. Can't chicken out forever.
Finally, it's time to play the 2 Grand Slam. Give us a call, 248-539-9797. Okay, let's play it.
All right, you guys know how this works. Chance to win some money Tuesdays and Thursdays. 2 Grand Slam.
Yeah, brought to you by Femininio Law. Get David, get paid.
Quickest way to win $2,000.
Mm-hmm.
Our contestant this morning is Kevin in Warren. Kevin, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
How
Hey,
you doing?
Kevin.
It's not Kevin Warren. It's Kevin in Warren, former
Correct.
Big Ten
Big Ten
commissioner.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kevin.
Kevin, I'm guessing you know the rules of the game. You're going to get 60 seconds, 10 questions. You're going to get $25 for each question you answer correctly. And if you get them all right, you're going home with $2,000. How are you feeling?
I feel good.
Good.
All right.
All right. You know the rules. If you don't know one, say pass. We'll get back to it. Your time, Kevin, is going to start right now. Who do the Lions play this coming Saturday?
Houston Texans.
This team currently leads the National League Central.
Milwaukee Brewers.
What is the capital of Indiana?
Indianapolis.
Who wears jersey number 18 for the Detroit Lions?
Pass.
This band had the 1994 hit Yellow Ledbetter.
Pearl Jam.
Who is the starting quarterback of the Carolina Panthers?
Chase Young.
Who is the head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Pass.
Who played Black Widow in Avengers Endgame?
Scarlett Johansson.
Who is the commissioner of the NBA?
Silver.
What is the nickname of Oregon State University?
Beavers.
Who wears jersey number 18 for the Detroit Lions?
Tesla.
Who is the head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Oh.
We got you with 8.
Oh,
Well
nice
done.
job.
Almost 8.5. But we'll tell you about that one in just a few moments. Again, the 2 Grand Slam brought to you by Femininio Law.
You had to go to the official scores table with one of them.
Oh, no, not the official scores table. It was a wrong answer.
He said
It was
Chase
wrong.
Young.
Right.
We
it was
needed Bryce Young.
Yes.
Although we accepted just Silver for Adam
He should
Silver.
have just said Young.
He would have been better off with just the
Yeah.
last name.
Mm-hmm.
So, but let's go through it because that is 8, which is $200.
Yeah, that's a
Awesome.
good showing. And he actually passed on one, came back to it, and got it.
Yep.
Perfect. All right, John, who do the Lions play on Saturday?
The Houston Texans.
This team currently leads the NL Central and all of baseball, by the way.
Yes, the Milwaukee Brewers.
Yeah.
The Brew Crew.
Capital of Indiana. Now, pre-show, John said
I
he
thought for
someone
sure.
would screw this up.
Yeah, I thought somebody was going to screw this up. And I don't know, in the state of Indiana, how many cities people actually know that
Yeah,
are
like,
major cities. Like,
it's
I'm
gotta
going to
be
say
Indiana.
Bloomington. Yeah, it's got to be
What are
Indianapolis.
you going to say,
yeah.
like Gary?
Yeah.
But he got it right, Indianapolis. Who wears 18 came back and got it. Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla, yeah.
John, one of your favorite songs of all time.
Oh, yeah, Yellow Ledbetter. Pearl Jam. Nailed it. He said Chase Young. Chase Young is the Ohio State defensive end that is now playing, I believe, in New Orleans.
Head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Todd Bowles.
He's been there
for
a
while.
little bit,
Yep.
too, I know.
And he knows there's a dome here in Detroit.
Who played Black Widow in the Avengers Endgame?
Scarlett Johansson.
Or Joe Hansen.
Yeah.
Either
whatever.
or.
Yeah.
Who is the commissioner of the NBA? Adam Silver. And John, the nickname of Oregon State.
Those are the Fighting Beavers.
Beavers. There's Beaver Meat Shane when you need them.
Yeah.
All right, guys, that's the 2 Grand Slam. Your next chance to win will be on Thursday at 7:25.
Thought this was a good one.
I thought so, too.
Yeah.
Good showing.
It was gettable. And, we talked about Todd Bowles, and it's unfortunate that he didn't get that one.
It would have been really frustrating, though, if he did get that one and then he missed on Chase Young instead of Bryce Young. This is a little, you could sleep a little easier knowing that's not the difference in winning $2,000.
Yeah, versus what it would have been, $225. Tough one.
All right, guys, coming up next, the Tigers with a great performance last night. Fun night at the ballpark. Statement performance. I know you guys are very leery of us making statements about this baseball team. Did they make one themselves last night? That's next, 97.1.
What's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? Well, listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks on my morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
He crushed that baseball. Slump over for Riley Green. Team has won 8 of their last 11 games, and that one last night was against a good ball club in Houston. And if you wake up today and take a peek at the standings, the Tigers have the best record in the American League. They have the best odds to win the American League. Mm-hmm. And, John, you felt like last night was a statement win.
I thought it was. Absolutely was. And because everyone was questioning them coming out of their gigantic team slump, bad pitching, starting and relief pitching, bad hitting, bad base running. Everything seemed to be going wrong all at the same time. And then they started to win some series against the Angels. And then we saw it against the White Sox. They take 3 out of 4. It was Minnesota. They took 3 out of 4. Whatever it was. Bad teams. And everyone was looking at it going, okay, well, what do we really believe? And we even said yesterday, this series, now the series is far from over.
Yeah.
They can win the series tonight. And we're very excited that Tarek Skubal is on the mound. Last night, with the team coming in here with the motivation of we have to make up ground to try and get to one of those top 2 seeds, whether it was the Toronto Blue Jays or the Detroit Tigers, the teams with the best record in the American League that will get the bye in the first round, they had the opportunity to face one of those teams directly and influence and make up ground. They were coming in as primed as any team. Now, they didn't have their best pitcher on the mound. We're going to face those tonight and tomorrow afternoon. But to me, that was absolutely a statement game. They took control of that game in the 5th inning. They poured it on, and this was a team that was getting good at bats. They still had 8 strikeouts, 7 walks. I'd like to see that be a better ratio. But they were getting deeper in the counts. They were doing some of the things that we had talked about yesterday, and it was runners in scoring position. Instead of 4 of 21, they were 4 of 11. So the percentage is much better.
They beat up Spaghetti Arrighetti, the pitcher for Houston. They caved him in. Riley Green had the homer. You heard the call from Dickerson. Carp had a triple right before that. I mean, they did the job at the plate against Houston's worst pitcher.
And Cole Keith at third base, one of the 3 things that you wanted to see was an everyday third baseman. One game does not make him everyday third baseman, but as a leadoff hitter, he was 3 of 4.
Very good month. And I also want to see 3 pitchers establish themselves. And the biggest headline from last night is Jack Flaherty, who goes 7 innings, shutout baseball, 9 strikeouts, does it in only 90 pitches, and he gave up 2 base runners after the first inning. So it wasn't one of these like, third time through, they had to yank him out because he got into trouble. He was cruising. He settled in. That, to me, was a bigger deal than hitting Arrighetti. But I'm not saying last night's a statement win. I think tonight would be the statement win. Tonight would win the series. Tonight is your ace on the bump to take the series against Houston. Because they could still lose this series, and then we're going to look back and go, what statement was made? They couldn't hit Brown or Valdez, and they lost the series to the Astros. What statement did they really make? Tonight's the night to make your statement, to cement what you did yesterday. They got a taxed bullpen. Punish them and pummel them tonight.
For me, and if you want to say tonight's the statement game or tomorrow afternoon is a statement game, I'm not going to argue that fact. Yeah, they got to win the series. But they put themselves in good position, and it was a statement performance by Jack Flaherty. What have we said? When you get towards the end of the season, you need those guys that you are counting on in the postseason to start to find their rhythm. We saw a great rhythm from Jack Flaherty yesterday. Now we need to see it next time he goes out there. It doesn't have to be a 7-inning gem. It just needs to be better than, and it can't be the roller coaster. Hey, it's 1 game up, it's 1 game down. I just like the way that they showed up, their mentality. I know they didn't score in the first 3 innings, but their mentality of creating base runners. You go back to the beginning of the season, and they were attacking at the plate. And it's not that they still had some, like Javi Baez gets up with the bases. Trey Sweeney, bases loaded, nothing. And Javi Baez comes
Double
up.
play.
And it's, okay, they're out of it, and you had bases loaded with no outs, and you get nothing. That was disappointing. But they were flooding the bases. And they were much more efficient at getting guys across the plate than they were even the night before against a bad team.
Yeah, as we got into the second half of the season, they lost to Seattle and Toronto and Philadelphia, some of these teams that we think are going to be postseason clubs they could face. That's why this series is as big as an August series you can get. It's one thing to beat up on the Twins or the White Sox or the Angels. Take 2 or 3 against Houston. Take 3 of 3 against Houston. It's on the table when you win
series,
game 1.
yeah.
But again, Scooble tonight is the chance to really cement, okay, hey, we're done with this fog that was hanging over this baseball team, right? And it was both losing 12 of 13 and the deadline. I mean, the deadline was a buzzkill. And maybe I'm stubbornly still kind of clinging to the feeling of what could have been and they could have done more. But we're getting there, John, right? If they can beat good baseball teams, and they're going to face a bunch of them in September, they're going to build it right back up where people expect a lot of this baseball team.
Yeah, and the reason I'm not saying tonight is a statement game, obviously we win the series, that creates its own statement. I expect, and maybe it's unfair, but I expect Tarek Skubal to go out there and throw a gem.
I expect Hunter Brown to do the same, though.
Oh, okay, that's fine. But I expect that our pitcher is going to be greater than yours, that our hitters are going to eventually get the job done. It may take, against a pitcher like that, who knows when it's going to could happen in the first inning. I don't necessarily expect it to happen in the first inning, but you get 9 innings to do it. And it's probably only going to be 6 to 7 against against Hunter Brown.
Yeah. I mean, look, the Tigers are in a better position. They got a leg up because if and when you got to go to that bullpen, I don't think guys are going complete 9 innings tonight. The Tiger bullpen is well rested. I mean, they got everybody ready to go. Meanwhile, Houston, last couple games for them.
And you got a chance to get Lang back out there last night in a very, very low leverage situation.
Yeah.
So I think, the thing is you're taking for granted maybe a little bit, Jim, is that the Flaherty start last night. And look, he easily could have bombed, and then we're sitting here having a completely different conversation this morning. I think how the team has played since Skubal pitched in Minnesota, he didn't pitch good, especially early in the game. He had a 4-pitch walk in that game, which is so rare for him.
Mesmerizing.
He hasn't pitched that well the last couple games, and I think for him to come out, like John said, and throw one of his gems tonight and match Brown, maybe it's a 0-0 game and you give it to the bullpens.
Yeah.
But, I also think, though, for your argument for tonight is getting to their best pitchers. And
yes.
that would start tonight because that might mean something for the playoffs.
That's the key is what are you going to look like when you face playoff pitching? When they face the Phillies, that's the last really good team they played. They were shut out in that critical game 3 on Sunday Night Baseball, right?
Yep.
You're going to see Brown and Valdez. If you're in the postseason, you're going to see Seattle's got 4 really good starters. The Yankees, if they can secure a playoff spot, you're going to have to see Fried and Rodon. You're going to see high-level pitching in the postseason. These next 2 games, a great test.
Yeah, exactly. And I think in general, the big picture to just win this series and keep this going just a little bit is I think Tiger fans, and I certainly have, taken a deep breath and sigh of relief and realize now when you look back on that bad stretch of baseball that they were just in a horrible, horrible slump. That this is a good baseball team that we all started to doubt because the league got down to 5.5 at one point? Was that the closest they were? And now it's back to 8.5.
Yeah.
I mean, they only have to go 16-19 to win 90 games. 90 games and win a division.
Yeah.
They're going to do better than 16-19 in my mind.
Well, that's why
I think they're back to playing the way they were. And I think something happened. I think we all overlook the Carpenter injury.
Fair.
Having him in the lineup, I think, is huge. But then it gets back to, okay, I know that you've pronounced that Riley Green slump is over. But it does get back to having him in there. It does make it prolongs the lineup. It makes it better. It makes it harder to pitch around other guys. Now, what are they going to do when they start facing lefties?
Okay, so something just kind of came to me here, and I'll run it by you.
Okay.
This turnaround is happening with Vierling and Meadows not playing. They played their best baseball in the first 2 months of the season when those guys didn't contribute much, if at all. Vierling was barely up in that stretch.
Yeah.
Is there anything to it? And with Javi in center?
Well, I think you're getting really good play from Javi at center. And when you listen to Dan and on the TV side, when you're listening to Andy Dirks, and he talks a lot about the jumps that he's getting and the way that he's playing center field, the paths that he's taking. Those are all things that they seem a little surprising because he's never played center field, but he's a tremendous athlete. When he's having fun, it hasn't necessarily translated to better at bats.
No. In fact, he's gone the wrong way in the second half of the season with some of these strikeouts and key at bats. But he's a good center fielder. For a guy who had never played center field, He's a very good center fielder. I just want to clarify, I didn't proclaim Riley Green's slump is over. He did with his play. he's got a 900
Well, you
OPS.
just said that at the Open. You said his slump is over.
Yeah, because he's got a 900 OPS over the last 11 games where they're 8-3.
Okay.
And your best hitter's playing good baseball.
Yeah, imagine
again,
that.
You're going to win games.
Yeah,
Right.
imagine that.
And when we did the whole who's got to be the player that gets them out of a slump, I think almost everybody said it's got to be Riley Green.
Specifically, you said it, so go ahead, pat yourself on the
No,
back.
I'm just saying. I mean, Tom, I don't know that anybody disagreed. We all came up
Yeah.
with different guys.
Yeah, but he was the obvious one.
Yeah, well, and again, yeah, most obvious. So I pointed out the most obvious. When he is hitting, the team will do better. It's
not rocket
It's not
science.
rocket science.
All right, so are you guys back and you're cool with this team in terms of
What does that mean?
Okay, what did you think they were going to do or reach? How far would they go this season before that slump? Mine was ALCS, and I'm still there.
Yeah, I got them there.
There was a panic that they were just going to flutter out.
But the concern is when you get to those 7-game series is this bullpen is still not good. I mean, it's 17th in baseball for the season, and they didn't make big, robust moves at the deadline outside of Finnegan.
And you're still going.
I'm
when
not
you get
proclaiming
to a
that fixed. Yeah.
When you get to the 7-game series, you're going to need 3 legitimate starters.
Well, the bullpen ERA is 8th since the deadline.
Right, but for the season,
I know.
it's 17th, and I don't feel like they got a ton of answers at the deadline out of the bullpen besides Finnegan, right?
True, but he's been great.
He's been very good, and that was the guy we liked. I mean, there wasn't any revisionist history on that one. That's a guy that I think we all targeted. I mean, that's a guy who was throwing leverage for the Nationals, who, by the way, to the Tigers' credit, they've got him mixing his pitch mix a little more, and he's looked even more devastating in a Tiger uniform.
I mean, for me, still their end game is their starting pitching isn't going to hold up in a 7-game series. That's just how I feel, and it's not putting anything on the bullpen more so than a couple of these guys. You can like every other game, it's Flaherty or Paddock are having rough games where you don't have a chance to win.
So where are we at with this baseball team now? I'd like to see them take the series with Houston, and that starts tonight with Skubal on the mound. But are they out of the dark days? Are we back into the light now? It's 97-1.
Hey, if you're thinking about replacing your roof, call my friends at Rapid Roofing. Rapid Roofing uses only the highest quality roofing materials and products, and you're going to love the team that Mike has put together. They'll professionally install your new roof and back it up with the best warranties in the business. And if you're not in the market for a new roof, don't sweat it, because Rapid also offers various other home improvement services such as window and siding installation to enhance your home's curb appeal. Right now, if you give them a call, they're going to come out and do a free 17-point attic and roof inspection. Plus, right now, you can get 0% financing until 2030 with approved credit, and it's on select credit. It's not valid with any other promotion that they have going on. Give them a call at 888-360-ROOF. That's 888-360-ROOF, or click on rapidroofing.com to get your free quote. We hired Rapid Roofing a few years ago, and they did an outstanding job for us. Protect your family's home like I did and restore your peace of mind fast. You can get more information on the web at rapidroofing.com.
Got your response on the ticket text. We've got the open lines, 248-539-9797. You wake up today, the Tigers have the best record in the American League and the best odds to win the American League. What difference a couple weeks can make.
Oh, yeah.
And, John, it's a check-in with Tiger fans. You said last night was a statement win. I think you got to win tonight to make that statement. It's semantics. You felt like last night, hey, that's a good ball club in the building. It's a good crowd. It's good energy, and it's decisive. They win 10-0.
Right, and it's like going into the postseason. And it's unfair, the expectations probably that we have for Tarek Skubal, but I would expect that tonight is a win for the Tigers, that he puts them in position. Now, if it's a 1-0 loss and he pitches a gem, all right, we rethink it tomorrow. But it's the same as the postseason. When he opens up a series, you think you're starting 1-0 in that series. Yeah. It doesn't matter what the series is. And if it's, if the series is 2-1 and he's back on the mound, you think you're going to 3-1. That's why I don't necessarily see tonight as a statement win, because the expectations are that you're going to win a Skubal start. Fair or not?
Well, the expectations were they were going to win last night. They were favorites at home with Flaherty against the worst pitcher Houston has to offer. I'm not trying to discredit the win. Flaherty looked really good.
And I know the lineup for them will be a little bit different because Skubal's a lefty, Flaherty's a righty.
But tonight's the night where you definitively win the series, and their season has been defined by winning series. Tonight would be a series win against a good ball club for the first time in a month. Right?
Well, last night was a good win against a team.
Series
against
win.
A good, yeah. Oh, yes.
That's all I'm saying. It'd be a series win against a good ball club, because they didn't beat Philly 2 out of 3. They didn't beat Seattle. They didn't beat Toronto. Some of that was during the losing streak. Some of that is the trade deadline and the buzzkill that was Finnegan and friends. But, John, if they could take 2 or 3 against Houston, can't take anything away from them. They're clearly turning a corner, and this would be a statement series. You got to win tonight to win the series.
I agree with that. And we are somewhat arguing semantics here. Last night was a big win for them. I don't care who was on the mound for them. You could say it's a confidence builder against a good team. It's exactly what it should be. They did what they were supposed to do. And for a long time, they didn't at all do what they were supposed to do.
Ticket Texter says the statement was Flaherty, but they need to win tonight. If they lose with Skubal on the mound, it would take the wind out of the sails, and they're right back where they were. Tonight is the night for statements. The national media will take notice of a sold-out park, playoff atmosphere, and 2 aces on the mound. Both teams bringing their best. Some more ticket texters. In a 162-game season, there's no such thing as a statement win. Statement series, maybe, but one game means nothing. Based on how the team has responded out of the All-Star break, would it be better to play versus having a bye? Is there any concern how they would play after having time off? You always want the bye. I know it didn't work for the Lions. I would want the bye every time.
100%. I mean, especially with, the expectations of having, I think Skubal is going to pitch better with a little bit of extra time and a little bit livelier arm. You go down the list of Flaherty. Are the odds that he pitches better with a couple extra days of rest? Yes. Mize, yes. Morton, certainly. At 41, you want as much rest as possible.
Think about it. You end up in that wild card round. It's only a 3-game series. Something happens in one game, and you're on the brink of elimination.
Right.
As opposed to the bye, a 5-game series at home. Skubal, well-rested to pitch Game 1 and Game 5 if necessary. I prefer that.
And you get a chance for a mulligan.
Yeah, you get Skubal twice in a 5-game series. You're only getting him once in a 3-game series. Let's get to Jim in Canton. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, fellas. I don't know that there's such a thing as a statement win in baseball just because you got 162 games, right? But here's my question for you, and I want to hear what you think. Gov made the point a little bit. Flaherty he's a conundrum. What do you have with Jack Flaherty? He seems like he's a Cy Young guy last night, but his next start he'll give up, have one of those 5-run innings. So I'm just nervous about our third starter. Now, I don't know who's our fourth, Troy Milton, but what do you guys think? What do we have in Jack Flaherty? Is he waiting until we get near the postseason? That doesn't seem to make sense. So
let's back up just a second. Who do you think is their second starter? Is that Casey Mize? Does he give you any more confidence than Jack Flaherty?
His blow-ups aren't as bad.
I'm confident in Mize. I know he grooves the ball a little bit, but I mean he's consistent. I'll say that. Flaherty, he's either on or off, it seems.
Jim, to your point, I've got the month of August in front of me. He has 2 very good starts, and he has 2 starts where he gave up 5 or more runs.
Right.
That's a definition of inconsistent. His ERA is 4.5, which just isn't very good.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to throw Casey Mize under the bus, but there has been moments of pause with him as well. And I think he is probably your number 2. Flaherty's your number 3. And then you start going down the list. Morton, and what are you going to do with all of these guys when you get into the postseason? Is there anybody that you move to the bullpen along with Melton? But I'm with the caller in regards to, you've got to see it on a regular basis, but right now is the time to start seeing it.
He's had a couple moments. He had a big Sunday against the Cubs earlier in the year to take that series at a time where that was billed as, hey, best 2 teams in baseball. This is 2 teams last night fighting for a bye and seeding in the American League. And Houston, by the way, has to hold off Seattle. So, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on them. And Flaherty stepped up in a big spot. If he's the guy we saw last night, you have a 1-2-3. You have a playoff rotation.
Mm-hmm.
You're built to make noise in October. If you don't have that, Jack Flaherty, you have a 2-man rotation and a bullpen whose ERA is over 4 for the year. You're probably not making a deep run in October. I mean, it could literally hinge on whether or not you get that Jack Flaherty or not, whether this team advances in the postseason. So take it for what it is last night. 248-539-9797. But to his point, you need more of it.
Yeah, you need more of it. And to his point, I get it's and that's the question I was going to ask is, was it a statement win or was it just one of 162?
Yeah.
Because in theory, it is just one game. But at this time of the year, you need to start winning games against playoff opponents. And that was a definitive win against a playoff opponent last night.
Ticket Texture says, dude, get over the deadline. John, should we get over the deadline?
Well, I think I was over it a while ago. I think dude is referring to you. And I'm not saying that you have to get over the deadline. Could they have done more? Sure.
Right.
But this is...
But you don't think it's going to come up if they fall short? We're supposed to ignore that?
No, I don't think you ignore it. I think no matter what happens at the end of the season, you're going to look back and say, did they do enough at the trade deadline? If they win the World Series, you could sit there and say yes. If they don't, then you could sit there and pick it apart and say, no, they didn't.
It depends how they lose. I mean, if they lose because of the bullpen, if the starting pitching actually does very well in the postseason and they blow a bunch of leads, I mean, Jim's got the smoking gun. But for me, if it's either, I think maybe hitting, you could argue to a degree. But the starting pitching, look, they had to scramble, right? With what they had to do because of the timing of the Olsen injury.
So the guys they brought in, Finnegan is an overwhelming success story. Clearly need to see him close out those postseason games, but an overwhelming success. Paddock is not. I would say he's completely the other end of the spectrum here. And I would put Montero in the category of has not been reliable, right? Now, Morton has 3 starts. 2 have been very good. 1 has not. I think we're still in wait and see. For the year, he hasn't been a very good arm. So they have to unlock him, and you need to see it in the postseason, right?
Yeah, Morton. I think Morton's going to be the key to this because he's going to be I think he can become your third if you get him good more times than not. I mean, the caller brought up Flaherty and the good starts, bad starts. I mean, the same thing with Paddock. It's too good, too bad. I'd be if Paddock starts a postseason game, they're in trouble. That's kind of the way I look at it.
And I still think they're trying to find that third reliever for leverage. Like you have Finnegan, you have Vest. Canley's in a bad spot. Holton, for the month of August, has a 5.6 ERA, and Melton has a 6 ERA as well. So I think there's still sorting out to be done in this bullpen, and if it doesn't get sorted, I would bury our head in the sand and pretend the deadline didn't happen. I don't really understand ticket text like that one. It's clearly part of the conversation of this season. Now, part of why we brought this up today is if you feel like they are back to rolling, they're going to make the deadline a non-issue, that's a great point to make. But to say like it shouldn't come up at all is silly. It's a key part of the story of this season. 248-539-9797. 8 o'clock hour, we've got a hot seat index, coaches in both college and the pros. And John, you love talking food.
Oh, it's one of my favorite topics.
The food divide is next, 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Jack Flaherty, one of his best starts of the season and plenty of offense to back him up in a 10-0 Tigers win over the Astros in the series opener last night. Jack, 7 innings, 9 strikeouts, and says a lot of work went into that outing. Four Tigers went deep in this one. Trey Sweeney, Riley Green, Colt Keith, and Wencio Perez. Alex Lang got on the mound, too, for the first time in 15 months. He had a scoreless ninth. Tigers try for a series win tonight. The Lions are getting ready for their second joint practice at training camp Thursday versus the Texans in Allen Park. They practiced indoors yesterday, with rookie defensive tackle Tyleik Williams having maybe his most disruptive day at camp so far. Linebacker Jack Campbell also had a pair of sacks. Michigan State's named its captains for the upcoming season. For the second straight year, quarterback Aiden Shiles is one of them. Joining him this year, defensive lineman Quindarius Dunnigan, linebacker Jordan Hall, center Matt Gulbin, and special teams ace Sam Edwards. Defending national champion Ohio State's found its quarterback, redshirt freshman Julian Sayin, a former 5-star from north of San Diego's won the job after being their third-string quarterback last season. The backup Devin Brown transferred to Cal. Sayin replaces Will Howard and becomes the first Ohio State quarterback since 2021 to take the job without any previous starting experience in college. And reports say no deals have come together yet for Bengals defensive end Trey Hendrickson. The 31-year-old, who's still in a contract stalemate with Cincy, led the NFL with 17.5 sacks last season. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I guess just one more note on the deadline. It comes up because I do think it played into people's feelings about the team, which may be changing as they beat Houston last night, and definitely if they take this series with the Astros. It's part of shifting your view and how it's changed over the last 3 months. Super hot, cold, deadline disappointment, the rise back up. It's part of that story. So clearly it's going to be part of the conversation based on how the season ends more than anything else. John, the great food divide. We stumbled onto this last week when we were discussing nicknames for one Isaac Tesla. And coleslaw came up, championed by Wojo. Stolen, but then championed by Wojo.
Has that died off, please?
I don't know. I think Dan Miller kind of put a damper on it when he joined us.
Yes, thank you.
And he's not going to use it in his calls, so it's only got so many legs.
Right, yeah. Until the voice of Lions football uses it, it can't be official.
But we stumbled into something where you were violently against the food coleslaw.
Oh, yeah. The coleslaw by itself is a repulsive, absolutely repulsive food.
But then it got everybody on the show talking. And Paul, Sarah, you admitted something I can't believe you uttered out loud.
That I like A1 on steaks?
I know it's advertised as a steak sauce.
It's very good.
It is not. It's not as repulsive as coleslaw is. But the steak itself needs no help.
Okay. Well, here's the thing about that, though, John, is a steak is delicious. And then you add A1 sauce, which is also delicious, and it makes it more delicious. Much like a hamburger is delicious, but then when you add cheese and toppings, it becomes even more delicious.
Right, but there are certain things when they touch delicious food, and I've used this term before, they soil it. And to me, using A1 sauce, or I know some people, and I'm going to try not to gag when I say this, will put ketchup on their steak as well.
Well, I don't do that, though.
That is...
I use the official thing to go with steaks, which is steak sauce.
Steak sauce, yes. That, to me, is also repulsive.
I think if you're using A1, it says a lot about the steak you're eating. It shouldn't need A1.
Right.
But it is one of those divisive food conversations.
Even if you think it doesn't need A1, say it's the greatest steak you've ever made. If you add A1 sauce, it makes it even better than the greatest steak you've ever had.
Now you're really getting offensive.
So Paul admitted to me that he was raised in an A1 house.
So it's his dad's fault or his mom's fault.
Yeah,
But you can
blame
make
the
your own
parents.
decisions when you get older, and you can, because that's
grow
exactly
up.
what happened to me. I was raised in an A1 house, and then I'm like, this tastes better without A1.
Oh,
Right, you grew up.
I was raised in a
Yeah.
well-done steak household.
Oh,
Yeah, my dad eats his steak well done. You grow up, you learn, hey, this is better if you don't burn it, if you don't make it shoe leather.
so the other thing with the coleslaw thing with me and John was what came up was I like it on pulled pork sandwich, and so that kind of lit a fuse on ticket text where people were very, very divided on that. Now, look, if you don't like coleslaw, you're not going to put it on your pulled pork sandwich. But if you do
Not
like,
even on the same plate.
But if you do like coleslaw, do you eat the pulled pork with it? To me, that's a great food divide. I have no idea what the 51 do. Because most pulled pork sandwiches at restaurants come with the coleslaw.
It'll come with the side of it, and unless you give specific directions, the worst part is if you're getting a pulled pork sandwich and they put it on the same plate, the bun of the pulled pork sandwich acts as a sponge, and it just soaks up all that nasty ooze that comes out of the coleslaw.
I see you're just not getting the right coleslaw. It's got to be.
Oh, no,
you don't
it's-
get that
all of it's
soggy
bad.
stuff. It can't be.
Coleslaw by definition is soggy, Tom.
No,
I don't know how you're
yeah.
having coleslaw
Homemade
that's not
coleslaw,
soggy.
not that stupid chopped up super
But it's
fine
gonna be
diced
wet.
stuff. Yeah, a little bit. It is.
Or soggy, as some
No,
would
Yeah.
say.
I enjoy it. I
So
think
it will
it's
leak
great.
and
then-
infect everything on the plate.
So, like, what are some of the great food divides? Like something that you see people do and you're just like absolutely repulsed, but it's not, it's kind of normal too at the same time.
Yeah, these have to be popular enough. Like, we don't want obscure stuff, but popular things people do that you fall on the other side of.
So, I think the biggest one is pineapple on pizza.
No thanks. Heather, you shrugged.
Many
I
people do it.
wouldn't choose it, but I don't think it's repulsive. I think it's fine.
But the flavor, like pineapple is distinct. And it's
Yeah.
going to be soaked
But when
into
it's
the
like
cheese
grilled,
and sauce.
yeah, I don't mind. I mean, it's not something I would choose to do, but I don't think it's like John did. Like I wouldn't barf.
It takes over your
If somebody
pizza.
gave me a pineapple pizza.
Yeah,
I'd
it
eat
just
okay.
pizza with your pineapple at that point.
Yeah, I know.
it
I don't think it's that bad.
oozes into everything, and it just makes it so. Like I like a crispy crust. When you put pineapple on there, it just waters it all down with pineapple juice.
I mean, I don't eat burgers, right? But I've had my veggie burger, whatever it is, with pineapple on that. And I enjoy that.
So veggies and pineapple can go together.
There's veggies on pizza with cheese. I mean, it's very much similar
my
to like
pizza.
a burger. You've got
don't get
your
any
crust, you've got
don't know.
some cheese,
Onions,
pineapple.
maybe.
I agree. Like, it's not my go-to.
Okay.
I can't remember the last time I've had it, but I'm not disgusted by it. I don't think it's awful.
The other one, and some of the times the kids, if we're talking about pizza, they'll order, like there's buddies, you can get a barbecue chicken pizza.
Mm-hmm.
I think substituting pizza sauce with barbecue sauce is an awful exchange.
I'm with you on that. But I think I'm weird, and I think we're weird on that because I think people love barbecue chicken pizza, but I
kind of
don't.
hate the fact that you agree with me.
But
on
it's
that.
kind of sacrilegious. Like pizza should be like I'm a pizza purist.
Well,
It's a
yes,
hearty
yes, I guess
marinara, it's
we
a
did
red
stumble on something
sauce,
here.
and
Yes,
there's
yes. Yes, you're a pizza aficionado.
I think there's entirely too many weird specialty pizzas now. Like, why do we need barbecue chicken pizza or Philly cheesesteak pizza? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Just have pizza.
Pizza's kind of perfect.
Yeah, and I mean, people can do what they want.
You know, another one with pizza. I feel like a lot of these end up with pizza. The ranch crowd.
Oh, I love ranch on pizza.
Yeah, now, where are you going with this?
No thanks.
No, the dipping your crust in ranch.
No.
I'm okay with the ranch. I would prefer, and this is where I get my pizza all to myself. Is if I order a sausage, bacon with crumbled blue cheese. Oh, that is an amazing mix of flavors, texture, just has it all. But I know the kids aren't going to like blue cheese. And that, to me, is probably something that I like, that a lot of people would say that is like pineapple on pizza to
Moldy cheese is something you're going to stick up for.
Oh, yeah.
Are you an anti-condiment guy, Jim? Because you poo-poo every time someone's mentioned the condiment so far.
No, I like condiments, but I guess maybe I'm pickier than most people are. I like barbecue sauce.
They were
I
invented
like-
to enhance the food.
I
like
know.
when you eat ribs, do you put
Yeah, I want them
barbecue-
sauced. Yeah. John, ribs sauced, or you like the dry rub?
I'm more of a dry rub guy.
Okay.
Yes.
So again, these
Dip
are
into sauce, but it has to be my sauce.
These are some of the great food divides out there. 248-539-9797. We are being flooded on the text. I see the phones lighting up. We're going to hear from you guys next. It's 97.1.
Hey, we're talking about food, and nothing goes better with a steak, a pizza, whatever you are eating, than an all-day IPA from Founders Brewing Company. They've been making high-quality beers right here in Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. And with that dedication in mind, their all-day IPA is crafted for every and any moment. It's easy drinking, refreshing, and flavorful. All-day IPA is the kind of IPA that is just absolutely never out of place. So whether you're tailgating, maybe you're just ordering pizza at home, grilling a steak, hitting the beach, on the boat, just kicking back, you come up with the situation, and an all-day IPA is the perfect fit because it goes where the good times are. Look for all-day IPA at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Brad Holmes asked about Trey Hendrickson. We'll get to that later in the show. We've got a hot seat index, college and pros. Spent a little time on the Tigers, and we're having some fun with food. It's the great food divide. And you know what we're talking about. Stuff like pineapple on pizza. A1 with your steak. Looking at Paul Sarah. Yes, staring you down.
That was the least weird thing mentioned in that whole segment, Jim.
It's also,
having steak with steak sauce. Ridiculous.
It's like low rent is what it is. You shouldn't use it with a good steak.
Right. And I understand if you're using a lesser cut of meat and you need to jazz it up a little bit. But steak. You even said if it's the best steak you've ever had.
And you put A1, it makes it even better.
No.
Paul, how do you like your steak cooked?
Medium.
Medium?
Okay, me too.
A little medium rare, you get a little more juice in there. It's its own sauce.
Right. It comes with its own gravy.
But Paul is not the subject of this. We have a ton of response, phone calls, and ticket text. We'll start on the phones. Let's get to Patrick in Waterford. Patrick, you're on 97.1.
How you doing?
Good.
Morning. John, go blue.
Go blue.
I had a layover in Denver, and Cowboy sits next to me getting something to eat. Had a belt buckle the size of a hubcap, but he orders a chicken Caesar salad and proceeded to literally cover it with ketchup. Strapped on the feed bag and didn't come up until it was gone.
Oh, ketchup on a salad. Now, Heather, you're a ketchup person.
I am. I put ketchup on a lot of things. I've
Salad?
never put
Salad?
ketchup on a salad.
Have you ever mixed it into a dressing to do anything?
No.
It's just like a hearty tomato vinaigrette.
Not going to argue with a cowboy that's running around with a belt buckle like that, but that sounds awful.
Yeah. Doesn't sound good.
Ooh.
I'd try it, though.
You try it?
Minus the chicken. I mean,
chicken,
I would try it.
Put a little tofu on there.
Sure. Deep fried, maybe. I don't love tofu either.
Some ticket text says putting anything in mac and cheese, don't do it, leave it as is. So I disagree with this one.
Boy, that's a tough one. Now, mac and cheese by itself is glorious.
Yeah, it could be very good. But I
throw a little bacon in there, maybe some ham, chunks of ham.
Yeah, I mean, I'm even down if you want to do like pulled pork with it. You want to top it with pulled pork, you can mix it in. I've seen chili mac, underrated.
Yeah, I think I would steer away from anything that would make it a little more juicy. So if you put pulled pork on it, depending on, I mean, if it should be dripping with fat.
Yes.
It's going to thin out the cheese in the mac and cheese, and that's I'm not in for that.
It depends on what type of mac and cheese you have.
Good point.
I mean, if we're talking like you're doing Kraft spirals, that's super runny and gross anyway.
No, don't do that.
But if you're getting like good mac and cheese with the thick cheese, a little bit making it a little more runny.
It can handle a scoop of the pulled pork on there.
See, it goes well with it on the same plate, just not on top of the mac and cheese.
Foods don't touch.
Yeah, that would be a rule breaker.
Ketchup on scrambled eggs. What are we doing? Nate on 75.
Yes. I feel like I eat eggs just to have ketchup.
It's just the mode of transportation.
Yes.
What about Mike in Livonia? Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Go blue, John.
Go blue.
To me, honestly, I don't know. Jim, you were a little too judgmental on the pineapple issue. People treat pineapple on pizza as if it's like anchovies. With all due respect, anyone who judges pineapple on pizza has never had it done the right way. You're supposed to get pineapple, feta cheese, and jalapeno on top of the pizza. So this way you can literally hit all three taste buds when it comes to sweetness, saltiness, and the spice factor. And especially because it is sweet, but it's not as sweet as you think would be. And the texture ends up, because of the oven, ends up being just perfect, especially with that jalapeno on top and a little bit of the bitterness that you get from the feta cheese.
That sounds like a pizza that doesn't know what it wants to be. You can't be everything to everybody.
You can't, Jim, here's the deal, though. You can't knock something until you try it. So until you try it, then come and give us the review. And I'm not bashing you. I'm just saying in general. That's my general rule. Because this is how we got on sushi, right? Sushi, raw fish, and rice. No. And then you try it. You're like, okay, this isn't too bad. So I've tried anchovies on pizza, and that's different. That's a different topic to me because you're having fish stink on cheese, and it just makes no sense to me.
Oh, I'm with you on that.
That's just
yeah. I'm not going to put walleye on top of my pizza.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. I'll put A1 on my mac and cheese. I'll put it on anything. The taste of A1 is very, very good and doesn't mean your steak is bad. Someone says they'll do coleslaw mixed with A1. A1 is great on any type of potatoes. We have a lot of A1 fans on the ticket text.
A1 is good on burgers.
See, I don't like sauces on my burger. I may occasionally dip it in ketchup or mustard, but I like just it kind of goes with the steak where it comes with its own gravy. If you cook a burger right, it's going to ooze just enough that you don't need extra sauce on it.
So you like plain hot dog guys then?
No. See, I'll do ketchup on a hot dog, which I know is sacrilegious to some.
No, it should be mustard only.
Text says, A1 is the Aaron Rodgers of sauces. It ruins everything, but some people think it's good.
That's a great description. Great description.
Let's get to Jason in Royal Oak. Jason, good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Did you guys ever hear of, people putting syrup on, fried eggs or, over easy eggs, sunny side up?
Nope.
Because they're, yeah, that sounds disgusting.
Jason?
Does
Jason.
sound disgusting.
Yep.
I could see it by accident, you do a breakfast platter and you
Right.
have syrup with your waffles or pancakes. And
This
some
is why
gets-
you need
got
multiple
your eggs
plates.
next to it, or you need the divided plates,
Yeah.
the children's plates,
Yeah, you're a...
like I give to my
Preschool.
toddlers.
Or
Yes.
just multiple plates.
John, it is something that you use the same plates as her children would
Mm-hmm.
use.
No, I
They're
actually...
a little small, probably for you.
Portions
Your
wise.
portion
This
size
is
would be
correct.
very
Yes, this is
little,
why
but-
I use... instead of plate dividers, I just use multiple plates.
Chris, on a cell, you're next up. Good morning. You're on 97.1. The Great Food Divide, Chris. What's up?
I think we're having an issue with the board.
Paul
Right now.
says 1 minute.
Yeah.
He's going to
Yeah, we'll get back to the calls. But yeah, it's so the pancakes and the syrup, I'm more of a butter as my syrup on pancakes. But if I do have syrup, it can't be on the same plate as my eggs because I don't want the syrup to touch the eggs. To me, that you can't do that. Whether it's sunny side eggs, fried eggs, or it's scrambled eggs, that is, you can't touch the
So I think
syrup to the eggs.
it would work better with scrambled because I wouldn't want an over easy egg. The yolk in the syrup to me, I don't think would be very good. But if it was a scrambled egg that had that little syrupy flavor, sometimes you get those breakfast sandwiches and you get that.
Yeah, the McGriddle.
Like a McGriddle with yes.
There's nothing wrong with just a little bit touching and having one bite that way, but I agree I wouldn't want it in every bite. But John, you got me to thinking of something with the steak and creating its own gravy and everything with the juice. Do you get baked potato with steak sometimes?
Occasionally.
Yeah. So can the baked potato touch it?
No.
Because here's a great food divide. Do you eat the skin on a baked potato?
Yes. It's
Yes.
phenomenal.
It depends.
It needs to be salted and cooked right.
Yes.
It needs to be
Yes.
cooked right.
Crisp.
Exactly.
Yes,
You
yes.
don't want it to where it's you can't get it chewed.
No, but it's one of those where I can't have the baked potato on the same plate as the steak. But if I have mashed potatoes, I can partition them off, and if a little bit of the gravy hits the mashed potatoes, I'm okay with that. But I may take a bite of both at the same time. I know it doesn't make sense, but
So mashed potatoes and
Makes
gravy
sense in my mouth.
is super common. And I actually think when you have your potatoes on the dish with the steak, one of the great parts is you get a little of the juice of the steak into the potatoes, and it just adds that flavor to it.
no.
No.
It's a hard no.
So baked potato, olive oil. Coat it in olive oil before you put it in the oven, and then you're guaranteed to get that crisp skin, that crunch, and then you eat the entire potato.
And you put salt on top of the olive oil.
Yes.
And you let it sit there 60 minutes,
Yes.
400 degrees, and be patient, and it's awesome.
So the new way that I've been doing baked potatoes, so it cooks a little bit faster because baked potatoes take forever.
Yeah.
Is you slice them in half and you lightly grease a pan with olive oil. You put the open side of the baked potato down, and then you oil up the top. You sprinkle your seasonings on top of that, and then you get, when you take it off of the pan, the top of it is nice. It's like a potato chip. And
like
then
seared.
Oh, yeah. It's
You turned into Tim, the two-man Taylor.
Now we're talking. I'm getting a little excited.
The Great Food Divide. Ticket, text, phone calls, 248-539-9797. Paul says the phones are working, so feel free to call in. We sorted that issue out pretty quickly. We will have some fun with the hot seat in college and pro football at the end of the hour, and we'll get into Brad Holmes' comments about Trey Hendrickson, asked about him specifically. We'll get back into a debate that we've had a million times with some new information and a new twist. It's 97.1. All right, guys, Brightside Dental. If you haven't been to the dentist in a minute, if you haven't been doing those regular 6-month cleanings, there's no reason to feel guilty. There's no reason to feel judged. That's Brightside Dental's whole thing. They're going to get you in there, take care of you. $35 new patient special that covers exams, it covers x-rays, and there's no hidden fees. So here's the deal. Make an appointment, 9 Metro Detroit locations, including one right around the corner from you. Make that appointment. Get back in that routine. Call 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. Tell them Jim Costa and the Morning Show sent you. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. John just spent several minutes with more audible grunts. We're talking food this morning.
Yeah, put actual sausage gravy on top of an omelet And one of my
those foods can touch.
One of my go-tos is if I'm at a place where I know they've got really good sausage gravy, is ordering 6 eggs scrambled, a side of sausage gravy, and biscuits, and then you make your own skillet basically out of that. That is wonderful.
9 o'clock. Trey Hendrickson. Does it make sense? Brad Holmes asked specifically about Trey Hendrickson. We have reports as to what it would take. We've converted it into Lions terms. We'll see if people would make that move. We've got the hot seat index, 850. College and pro. How likely are these coaches to be fired this season? On the great food divide, ticket text 248-539-9797. Text says, A1 was literally invented for spoiled meat. Look it up.
That makes sense.
Take that, Paul.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, take that, Paul.
I'm sure every condiment ever invented was to spruce up whatever food people had 100 years ago to eat.
Tex wants to know from you, John, what's the difference between using steak sauce on a steak and using a dry rub on ribs? You're using spices to add flavor to your meat.
Oh, I don't need, if I'm smoking ribs, I don't need a dry rub.
But you should.
I like the, whoa.
You should season your food,
no,
John.
You don't have to. No, the seasoning is the meat itself.
You don't use like salt, pepper, garlic, onion, the basic stuff?
Those are all fine. I said I put a dry rub on my ribs.
Yeah.
But if you were to just say, no seasoning on this, the ribs would be just fine. I just don't like most people's version of barbecue sauce. Okay. So I don't want, if I go to a restaurant and they say, hey, we've got ribs, they're the best ribs in the world, I'll say, can I get them without sauce? And if they say yes, I'll order them. If they say no, then I won't order them. It's like ordering a rare steak. If you say, well, we can't cook it that way, well, then I won't eat it that way.
John, my dad used to make blue cheese mac and cheese. Says it was phenomenal.
That sounds amazing.
So I don't even like blue cheese, and it was good.
Mm.
A1 on a steak, no and no, signed Steve.
I was taking a moment just to imagine that for a second.
The blue cheese mac and cheese?
It does taste good.
I put mac and cheese with my ketchup, Roy and Clarkston.
There we go. Me too.
Ketchup on hash browns, disgusting, Mike and Canton.
It's a potato.
I feel like that one's...
Yeah, but I wouldn't put ketchup on a baked potato or mashed potatoes.
Well, I do.
French fries, the only form where ketchup is almost accepted.
No, I put ketchup on any form of potato.
We had a Brad from Allen Park text in that you don't need more than one elite condiment.
It's well done.
He knows how to cook.
He sure does. Text says, does Jim like relish on his hot dog? Signed Jared in Allen Park. So we're playing all the hits today. 248-539-9797. All started because of coleslaw.
Yep. Now, I mean, you could even go to this is, down a different rabbit hole, but what do you dip your wings into? Not if they're going to be buffalo wings or if they're barbecue wings. Right. But it's a lot of people, obviously, especially in the state of Michigan, it's ranch. Mm-hmm. And I can get by with that. But again, I would go towards the chunky blue cheese dressing.
Spicy garlic.
Yeah, because you're a spicy garlic guy. Yes.
We got real quick on that country omelet thing. I think that's the one meal because you get the country omelet with the gravy on top. It's so filling with the hash browns and the toast that if that's the meal that I can eat and it can do me for the entire day. Like seriously. Like I don't need to eat anything else the rest of the day if I eat that.
Sure, you could get by with that. That to me is one of them where one is probably not enough because you get done, you're like, oh, wait a second. I just had my last bite. I'm not ready to be done. Can I have another one, please?
I can't. Two of those things?
Yummy food. There seems to be no end to the black hole that would be my stomach that you could fill it with. Like it's if you have like the burgers we were talking about the other day, the pretzel bun, the burger, the fried egg, the bacon, the cheese, all that stuff.
Yep.
I could literally sit down and eat a handful of those and almost never feel full because it's so good. Anybody else have that experience? No.
John's looking around. Oh, you dude. You got this. Proud of you. One more phone call to wrap us up. It's Josh and Grand Blanc. Josh, good morning.
Hey, Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing?
Hey, so I grew up in the pizza business, and the only sin on pizza is dessert pizza. Just make a cake. You know what I'm saying? The pizza.
So you're saying like
you can put any sauce, any meat. You could put your smoked salmon on there, John. You can. Don't put dessert on pizza. Make a cake. Make a pie.
If you put dessert on pizza, it just becomes an elephant ear.
Exactly. But people do it, and it's so stupid.
Yeah, Josh, I fell for it one time. There's a place that was doing like a Nutella pizza, right? And I'm like, oh, okay, I'll do that.
You're talking like a legit pizza, like real pizza crust, not like where people make like a dessert pizza where it's not the same type of crust.
No, yeah.
Okay.
At that point, you should just do dessert.
Just do dessert. Yeah, because you could put, you basically make it a pie.
It's like a big cookie, is
the
what it
definition
is,
of a
but
pizza,
with fruit on it. It's awesome.
Yeah, I mean
that's what I think of as dessert pizza.
That's like a cookie skillet.
Well, that's why I'm asking because we literally call it a dessert pizza, and it's got fruit on it. But it's not
cream
real
cheese base.
Yeah.
Oh.
But
I'm
it's
excited again.
It's not on an actual pizza crust, like a real pizza crust.
Right.
Well, who said put honey on pizza one time, remember?
Oh, hot honey.
Oh, it's a whole thing.
Oh, yeah. Get
Let's
away
leave
from
that
us.
off.
Have you tried it?
No, I'm not going to.
You're not going to try it.
I don't put it on my pizza, but I will dip my
On the
pizza
side.
crust into it could be a vat of hot honey, and you couldn't put enough on there.
No, I think the key is if you do hot honey, you get it on the side.
Yeah,
because
and
everyone's
you dip.
Yeah. Heather she wants no part of this. All right, let's get to the news.
This news is brought to you by Foreman Mills. You guys, a woman was injured after she was shot by somebody in a passing car on I-96 early this morning. So she was driving on the highway between Joy Road and West Chicago Avenue right around 12 a.m. when somebody approached her, pulled up behind her in the left lane, and then fired multiple shots. The suspect sped away. The woman pulled over to the shoulder, and then she got out of her car and ran to a McDonald's to call police. She was taken to the hospital, expected to be okay. Obviously, now the shooting remains under investigation. She doesn't know who this was, doesn't really know the vehicle. So they've got a lot to investigate, try to figure out who, what, why. They know when, but still doing some investigation. Hey, former U of M President Santa Ono has landed a new job more than 2 months after he lost out on that opportunity to lead the University of Florida. Right. So it was announced on Monday that Ono will join the Ellison Institute of Technology as the president of EIT Global. There you have
Friends in high places. The Ellisons, the big donor that helped get Bryce Underwood? Mm-hmm. Looking out for Santa Ono.
Yeah, a press release from EIT says that Ono was chosen for his long and distinguished record of academic leadership as president of the University of British Columbia and then also at the University of Michigan, and his career in biomedical research and immunology. So there you have that. A Detroit man is facing federal charges for allegedly robbing 2 different delivery drivers at gunpoint. So earlier this month, there was a Papa's Pizza delivery driver who was sent to go deliver a pizza to a home, got to the door, nobody answered the door. Then he got a call that said, hey, meet me in the backyard. Weird, right?
Okay.
Which is something I would be like, nope, skip out on that. But apparently that's when the suspect ran up to him carrying a gun, demanded that the driver get out of his car, give him all his money. The suspect then stole the delivery driver's vehicle along with several pizzas and the man's phone. And then 2 days later, there was a female DoorDash driver who was delivering pizza and chicken to this similar area when she was approached by 2 men, and one of them had a large gun, approached her, stole pizzas, chicken, and her car as well. And then he was arrested. This guy was arrested the next day in Detroit for carrying a concealed weapon. And later on, after being arrested, he did admit to both of the robberies. He said, yes, that was me. I ordered the food and I did the robbing. So he confessed, and now he's facing charges. Let's see what I got here. This is interesting. Experts say that monkey barring is a toxic new dating trend that's all about sneakiness and betrayal.
John, what do you think it is?
Monkey barring?
Monkey barring.
Kids are doing it.
Kids are doing it.
I think it's been going on
barring.
for a long time. It's not just kids doing it. It's
Oh,
something.
monkey barring. It's like you're on the monkey bars and they won't let you on. Somebody's being a bully. They're barring you from the monkey bars.
This is in regards to dating. Monkey barring.
Yeah, no. So
I
basically,
thought when you said kids are doing it, I thought
I meant like these kids these days.
These Gen Zers.
Yes. You're
How dare
30.
they.
You're 31. You're also so old.
The concept of monkey barring, I think, has been around for a long time. It's basically where you hang on to one relationship. You're in a relationship technically with a partner, but you're just hanging on to it long enough to get into your next relationship, and then you ditch them and move on.
I wasn't far off. Hanging on.
That part, fine. The rest of it, throw all the rest of it away.
Yeah, it's called the dingleberrying.
Yeah, so experts just say that these individuals are terrified of being alone, right? Can't be single, and that these are serial daters who stick with one partner until they find the next to move on with.
That is toxic.
It's not good. They say these people lack emotional growth because they're constantly moving through life in a fear-based manner to avoid the hard work it takes from healing from wounds of past relationships. But a lot of people do it. I mean, there's people, everyone knows the one person who's like never single, right? You're just this serial dater. You cannot never
be alone.
Yeah, we all do it.
Need to do some work.
That's the news for now.
All right, Heather with the news. Coming up next, hot seat college and pro coaches. How close to being fired? 97.1.
Hey, at First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and even stronger relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give some sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, that's exactly what they've done for me and my family over the years, so that's why they're my personal financial partner. They have a passion for fostering community development, and their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Our football coverage on 97.1 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Tigers break out the bats in a big way, supporting a strong outing from Jack Flaherty last night. 10-0 series opening win over the Astros at Comerica Park. 7th inning, Trey Sweeney made it 9-0 with a 3-run home run. Then one batter later, Colt Keith would follow suit. Riley Green and Wencio Perez also went deep last night, and Flaherty had one of his best starts of the year, 7 scoreless, 9 strikeouts. It's Tarek Skubal against the local guy Hunter Brown tonight with the Tigers looking for a series win downtown. Significant injury news for Michigan just 2 weeks before the new season. Freshman offensive tackle Andrew Babalola has suffered a season-ending expected knee injury. The 5-star was battling Evan Link for the starting left tackle job and was expected to be one of the Wolverines' best offensive linemen this year. The Lions have got their second joint practice at training camp on Thursday when the Texans visit Allen Park. Yesterday, a shorter practice with Isaac Tesla earning some first-team reps. Terrion Arnold also had one of his best days in coverage of camp so far. The golf begins tomorrow at the LIV Team Championship at the Cardinal at St. John's Resort in Plymouth. The 12th and 13th ranked LIV teams in the standings score off for a play-in. The winner makes the weekend. The loser does not. Some of the players teeing it up tomorrow to begin the week in Plymouth include Henrik Stenson, Ian Poulter, Lee Westwood, Danny Lee, and Kevin Na. Projected NHL first-round pick Adam Valentini has decided to play for Michigan this season. The 5'8" forward from Toronto joins the Wolverines team with 6 NHL draft picks. Michigan not making the tournament last season for the first time since 2019. And Vikings wide receiver Justin Jefferson's back on the field at training camp after being out 3 weeks with a hamstring injury. Minnesota opening up the season against another Lions division rival, the Bears, on Monday Night Football. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Tigers teed off on the Astros last night. We'll get to it at 9:35 later in the hour. Statement made.
It's a beautiful, beautiful game.
Are they all the way back from the abyss? 9:35 this morning. The Lions. Have we talked about Trey Hendrickson before?
I believe it came up this offseason. Once,
maybe twice.
Maybe twice.
Yeah, maybe. We have Brad Holmes audio talking about Trey Hendrickson specifically. He spoke with Kay Adams. First, let's get into his willingness to add. So she was poking around, but said, I'm just going to out and out get to the Hendrickson question. Doesn't sound like Trey Hendrickson is a top priority for the Detroit Lions right now. Let's get into what it actually would take to get the deal done based on the latest intel. Diana Rossini said it would take a young player on defense and a 2026 first-round pick. And then, of course, you have to pay Trey Hendrickson. So, John, the way I would sketch out the trade with those parameters, you have to find a young defensive player who you don't think you can afford long-term. Because, again, money's going to get real tight when you bring in Trey Hendrickson. Jack Campbell, but he's the succession plan with Alex Anzalone. Brian Branch, you already paid one All-Pro safety in Kirby Joseph. Now, I prefer Brian Branch, the player, to Kirby Joseph.
Sure.
But he's the guy who hasn't been extended yet. He would be the second safety they dump big money into. So let's use Brian Branch as that young piece. Go 2026 first. That's the deal for Hendrickson. As part of that deal, I know I cannot extend JMO and I cannot extend Laporta, but I'll have the two of them for the next 2 seasons. Do you make that deal? 248-539-9797.
Nope.
Okay.
And
too steep.
I don't want to give up Brian Branch. And part of it is Brian Branch is going to play longer. I don't know how productive Trey Hendrickson is going to be. I think this year he's be very productive. I don't know how far that goes, especially with the level at which you will be compensating him. Brian Branch, I still think there's more surface for him to get underneath. I think he's going to continue to get better. He's the guy for me that sets the tone in that secondary. And I know, okay, you got Kirby Joseph, who's 9 interceptions, right? I don't believe that's going to be repeated. I think he's going to have a handful of interceptions, but I don't think it's 9. I don't think it gets to double digits. But Brian Branch is the guy that can play strong safety, free safety, corner, nickel. He can do it all. And
the reason I brought him up, though, is just I don't know if they're paying 2 safeties.
Well, I mean, you and I have both looked at Kirby Joseph's contract.
It's very team-friendly.
It is very team-friendly.
They can get out from under it if they need to.
Right. And so I think there are a lot of different ways to massage that situation.
But do you think what I'm proposing is what it would take? It would be an admission we're not extending J-Mo and Laporta. I'm trading Branch because we're not sold on extending him because of the cap, and I'm getting a 2-year window with Trey Hendrickson. I got to give up a first.
I mean, I understand all of those points.
You just don't want to do it.
I just don't want to do it. No.
I wouldn't do it either, by the way. And I like the Trey Hendrickson conversation. I mean,
who wouldn't love to have Trey Hendrickson on one side, Aiden Hutchinson on another? Because Aiden Hutchinson, the longer this goes, the higher the number goes. He's going to be around 50. You still have, even if you restructure Goff, which they will, you're still going to have a huge number. You've got Amon-Ra St. Brown. You've got Penei Sewell. You've got all of these other guys with big contracts that you can massage the salary cap, but not at the level that it would take to get Trey Hendrickson under that cap. And not, if you're looking at doing all of the guys that are currently on the roster, chances are you're going to have to trade someone or let somebody go. If you do it with Trey Hendrickson, you may have to let 2 or 3 go.
Yeah, that's what I proposed. I mean, I think it was pretty robust to throw it out that way. And for that reason, I don't think they will do it, and I don't think they should, John. It kind of feels like you're cutting off your nose to spite your face. The idea like, hey, we got Hendrickson, but we're going to lose an all-pro on our defense to do it. I would rather call Za'Darius. We can go back to that storyline, because that doesn't require me to make harsh decisions about these guys and trade away all-pro defensive players from the roster.
Za'Darius is ultimately, I think, going to be a Detroit Lion this year. I'm not surprised that it hasn't happened to this point. I expect within the next 7 to 10 days, it most likely happens. I think I think the holdup is on Za'Darius' side. One, he doesn't want to be in camp. He's already talked about wanting to be a Detroit Lion, but he's also holding out to see if there is somebody across football that is a contender for a Super Bowl that has an injury at that position. Maybe it doesn't have to be to their number 1 guy, but maybe if an injury to their number 2, their edge opposite whoever their stud is, goes down with an injury, and they may be willing to pay more than the Detroit Lions. And maybe it's not pay more, but it's more years. He's at that point in his career where it's going to be a lot of 1-year deals.
I don't think if they added him today, the expectation would be that he'd even be ramping up in these joint practices this week. I mean, they could sign him today, and he wouldn't have to do any of training camp at this point, right?
Yeah.
If they signed him today, he could come into the building and go through his
routine, whatever he needs to do to get himself ready. I agree. Yeah,
because we're inside of 3 weeks from the start of the season now. It's 2 weeks from Sunday. The Lions will kick things off.
Yeah, if they sign him next Wednesday, he'll be ready to go to Green Bay.
I got some breaking news, and this is a pretty big deal. The Red Wings are going to retire Sergei Fedorov's number January 12th.
Oh, that's about time.
Been one of the biggest things that people and fans have wanted, and they're doing it.
There's a shift.
It's about damn time.
Yeah.
You think you're going to have tickets for that game?
Well, I actually know what my games are. Hang on, I'll check.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, that's going to be great. Yeah.
Do I have the game or not? We'll find out in 1 second.
January 12th. I mean, it literally is about time. Let bygones be bygones. And whatever happened, happened. But what he did here, what he meant to the Red Wings, you can never take that away.
Yeah, this has been one of the bigger injustices in Detroit sports where people just were like, why? And, There were things between Mike Ilitch and him back in the day with him signing that that contract from the Hurricanes.
Do you know who they're playing on the 12th?
Is it the Hurricanes?
It's the Hurricanes.
No way.
It's the Hurricanes.
That's the team that tried this. He signed what was it called back then? They did the contracts different and stuff.
Yeah.
They said they loaded that contract to make it hard for the Red Wings to.
And they did match it.
Yes. But
it created animosity. And then he would end up leaving to go to Anaheim years later.
Yeah.
Fostered a lot of bad blood. The guy won an MVP here. He won 3 Stanley Cups here. He's one of the greatest Red Wings of all time. His career is synonymous with the Russian 5 and the winged wheel. His number should have been hanging a long time ago.
That's going to be a very cool night.
Yeah.
Like this was so overdue. Good job.
Yeah. Good
Better
job.
late than never.
I'm watching, I think it's the video that the Detroit Red Wings just put out 2 minutes ago. I'm watching it. It's a long one, but I think it's their announcement that Fedorov is going to be, his number is going to be retired. So it's a long video.
He's like, what?
I wish I could hear it. I don't know if you're on, X right now.
I got it up in front of me right now, but we can't play the audio.
The video, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I see the video.
Very cool.
Sergei Fedorov retirement, January 12th.
That's a must ticket.
Yep.
It's not part of my
For some
plan.
fans. Well, you can buy.
I can absolutely buy or attend and find a way to get there.
Can you trade?
Yeah, we can swap. Now, I imagine this will be a popular swap.
Well, maybe you put it out there now and swap before somebody knows that.
Some unsuspecting Red Wing fans are like,
It seems very Jim Costa-like.
Come on.
Yeah,
be a swapper. You're a good swapper.
Oh, no, I knew
that. That's a great way to walk them into it.
It's a Monday night.
It's not the first.
Stop it. It's a Monday night. You some fan that's like, I don't need to go to this Monday night hockey game. Sure, you can take my Saturday in October. It's all yours.
Hurricanes. They're boring style.
Exactly. I lose anyway.
That'd be great if you got somebody.
That's not how it works. I mean, they have a system for it, and you just put in, and it shouldn't be a big deal to swap it. I wonder if they'll suddenly make this a premium, though, or they'll make you give up a better game if you want to swap it. Monday night against the Hurricanes, January 12th, Sergei Fedorov's jersey finally hanging in the rafters, retired. It's about damn time.
Congratulations.
We're going to talk Tiger baseball coming up at 9:35. Are they all the way back from the abyss? They beat the Astros last night, beat them down 10-0, and they got some big games coming up the next 2 days. It's 97.1.
Hey, in sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, it's personal. The same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you're going to need an attorney who makes it personal. That someone is David Femininio. His slogan is Get David, Get Paid. Well, to him, it's not just a slogan. It's his promise to take care of you. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Had a bit of breaking news fall into our lap today. John, you point out this never happens.
Yeah, it's usually 10:02 or later.
Sergei Fedorov's number will be retired by the Detroit Red Wings. The team announced today, January 12th, with the Hurricanes in the building. Some irony for you. And, of course, we have instant reaction on the ticket text, but it does lend us to the conversation of who's next. This was the long overdue, needed to happen, iconic Hockey Hall of Famer. Who's the next Detroit athlete that's going to get their jersey retired?
Well, I think the easy answer is Miggy.
Yes.
That one will have. I don't know when that happens. I don't know if they have some rule. It's just like the Hall of Fame. You got to be out so many years before you get voted in.
Okay.
But I think that's a no-brainer.
JV when he's done?
Yeah, and it's probably only not happened because he's not done.
Okay.
But certainly he goes in.
I'm going to throw out one that's going to be polarizing. Matthew Stafford holds all the team records. The only reason they didn't win a Super Bowl is because the team was no good. He's clearly good enough when he left. Should his number be retired?
No.
Because
I understand the team wasn't great.
Right.
And they didn't have great direction with general managers and coaches, but he had opportunities to win playoff games and never did.
Mm-hmm. 3 playoff games that he lost, yes.
Yeah. And so I just don't think there was enough winning here.
So winning is what determines whether your number gets retired.
Not totally.
Okay. Because like Calvin Johnson, number is retired, deserves to be retired. He didn't win a playoff game.
But he set records.
Right.
And you could make the argument, I don't even know if there's an argument to be made, but there were years where Calvin Johnson was the best wide receiver in the NFL.
No doubt.
Was Matthew Stafford, when he was a Detroit Lion, ever the best quarterback in the NFL?
Don't believe he has a single All-Pro. So that would answer your question.
Yeah.
Anybody else? None of the Pistons. I mean, they've already done the 04 crew, and they haven't been relevant till like last year.
Yeah, and it's way too early to talk about Cade and anything that he might possibly do. And I know that part of the turnaround last year was a large part to Cade, but
what about another Russian hockey player? Pavel Datsyuk's in the Hockey Hall of Fame. He's a 2-time Cup champion. All the Selke Awards decorated.
Yeah.
I mean, should 13 be in the rafters? I know 90. You couldn't do 13 until 91. 91 had to be up there, but then it opens the door to Datsyuk.
I barely lean no, and I'm not sure if that's being fair to him. I do question if you do Datsyuk, don't you have to do Zetterberg?
Zetterberg was here for the 08 Cup. He was a captain of the Detroit Red Wings. That doesn't automatically mean your number is going to be retired.
See, I'm kind of like no on both. I don't know. The Red Wings retired jerseys is a very exclusive club. There's not a lot of them up there.
How do you feel about Stafford? I'm sure we're going to get flooded on ticket text on that.
I almost feel like this. If the Lions win a Super Bowl, yes. And if they don't, no. Because you'd be bringing back a guy and doing this whole thing when you failed in this, what's supposed to be a great era of Lions football. You see what I'm saying?
I almost view it the opposite way, though.
Really?
I feel like if they win the Super Bowl, they're like, oh, he was a nothing. We're fine. Da, 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 da. If they don't win the Super Bowl, it's like, who are we to judge Stafford for not winning? We didn't win either.
Wouldn't it be weird to bring him back here like, 7 years from now and this whole Lions thing never worked out? And
retire his number? It would be really weird.
I'd also like to point out, too, though, that when you say Stafford left and he won, so he proved he could win, well, the Lions also got better the minute he left, too.
Not the minute he left. 2 years later, maybe.
1 year later, yeah.
Yeah, so he might have been holding them back just as much as they were holding him back.
I don't think you can make that argument in good conscience.
I don't think Stafford's very good, Jim.
Okay, I watched him win a Super Bowl immediately when he left town and lead
game-winning
drives.
The team that Goff took to a Super Bowl, he took over and immediately won it.
And then won it, which Goff didn't.
He's better than Goff.
So who's the best quarterback in Lions history?
Probably Stafford.
Should his number be retired?
But that doesn't say anything.
Okay. Right, yeah. Well, I mean,
being the best quarterback on a team that's always had bad quarterbacks doesn't say anything.
There's a lot of guys that could get over that bar.
By the way, he is a known Stafford hater. Like, these two could go back and forth, and they give us a 10, John. We can just walk out, okay?
I'd love to hear
too, Heather.
From the fans. 248-539-9797. First of all, who should be the next number retired? Mm-hmm. And we've come up with Miggy, and I agree with you. I think Datsyuk should be retired. He played his entire career here in the NHL. and won, cups. His number after Sergei's is retired should be retired. But then you start looking down the road. Do you think Matthew Stafford eventually should have his old number 9 retired? I say no.
I think I'd say yes, but I know it's divisive. And I know they didn't win enough while he was here.
I'm just not sure the world that you're living in, because I know
if Stafford's a Hall of Famer,
if it's all about winning, all right, then you start to talk about, well, Calvin was his receiver and never won.
Yeah.
And he was obviously the one throwing the ball to Calvin, but Calvin was the best at what he did for a number of years. Barry Sanders was the best at what he did for his entire career.
If Stafford makes the Hall of Fame, does it change your answer?
No, because he's going to go in as a Ram, not a Lion.
He would still have spent, I think, the majority of his career wearing Honolulu blue.
It depends on how much longer he plays.
It's also going to be a drag on the Hall of Fame, though. You're going to put a guy in the Hall of Fame that was never, ever at any point in his career considered a top 5 player at his position. That's kind of weird.
Wow, you really hate Matt Stafford.
It's also objectively true, though.
It's one thing to say he wasn't 1 or 2 at any point, but to say he was never a top 5 quarterback
in
the sport?
He never was. He was never better than Breeze, Brady, Manning, Rodgers, Mahomes. He's not better than Burrow. He's not better than Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson.
We literally just had a list of insiders who put him 5th this offseason.
Right.
Yeah, and they're wrong.
Okay, well, but it wasn't
he can barely actively throw a football right now.
On whether Stafford gets in or not is Paul Serra.
Yeah, he is one of the most, I think.
His numbers are going to be amongst the best that ever played the game, and he's won a Super Bowl. Now, I know you can be bitter, or maybe you're not bitter that he never did it in Detroit, but I think that he is going to be in the Hall of Fame. He may not be a first ballot. I don't think that's the case.
Well, the problem is, though, it's like Matt Ryan's going to get in the Hall of Fame and Phillip Rivers is going to get in the Hall of Fame, and none of those guys should either. But
I don't know if Phillip Rivers gets in because he never won anything.
He did do an AFC Championship game.
Yeah, I don't know that he'll get in.
Yeah, I don't know that Phillip Rivers gets in, but I do think Matthew Stafford does.
I think Matt Ryan's going to get in, unfortunately, even though he shouldn't.
Won an MVP.
Got to a Super Bowl, blew a huge lead.
Yeah, the biggest lead blown in Super Bowl history. 248-539-9797.
I can't believe the disdain you have for him.
He's probably the biggest Stafford hater at the station.
And you're not even you're a Miami Dolphins fan. And you hate the fact that Stafford is in this conversation. I don't think he's in the conversation to get his number retired here.
He shouldn't.
I agree.
He didn't do anything.
I just think if you paint a picture of a guy who holds all your records, who ends up in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
But again, you're measuring him against a very low bar.
Right, but if he's a Pro Football Hall of Famer, I'm not lowering the bar for the guy. He would be a Pro Football Hall of Famer.
As a Ram.
As an NFL quarterback who spent the majority of his tenure with the Detroit
Lions.
Lions.
But he won the Super Bowl with the Rams. He's had much more success with the Rams.
Look, I'll put it this way. It's nowhere near the obvious answer that Fedorov today getting the announcement or Datsuk shortly thereafter or Miggy or JV. Those are slam dunk, no doubts. Stafford, I think, is going to tug and pull people in different directions.
Oh, I'm sure he will.
248-539-9797.
I don't know that anybody will have the disdain for him. I mean, maybe Rieger would be on the same level as Paul Serra.
Well, if Rieger's on the committee, there's no chance he'd get his number retired.
Yeah, I don't think Rieger is going to be on any committees.
You don't think the Lions are going to seek out his approval for retirements?
The answer would be no and no.
Famously. 248-539-9797. All right, we got calls to get to. We got ticket text. I did mention we do a little Lions and a little Tigers as the show wraps up here. Are they all the way back? Tiger Talk at the end of the hour. It's 97.1. It's about damn time. Red Wings announcing today Sergei Fedorov's jersey will be retired. 91 hanging in the rafters. Ceremony on January 12th. There's really no debate. This should have happened years ago.
Yeah.
But it did lead us into a conversation about other guys whose numbers could and should be retired in Detroit. 248-539-9797. We brought up some of the obvious ones. Once Fedorov's numbers retired, Datsuk's a Hockey Hall of Famer who won a couple cups, spent his entire career in Detroit. Pavel Datsuk would make a lot of sense. Mm-hmm. Clearly, Miguel Cabrera's number is going to be retired.
Sure.
And Justin Verlander, I don't think you're going to get a lot of fight on that.
Nope.
No pushback. Start going around Pistons. No, there's not really a guy to consider. They've done all the guys from the 04 team. Lions? Calvin's already.
Yeah.
Stafford, number 9. What do you do with it? If he ends up in the Hall of Fame and he has all these numbers and he spent the majority of his career in Detroit, we're going to hold it against him. We couldn't win with him? Because he was clearly good enough. It's an us problem more than it is a him problem.
Yeah, but he was the quarterback. He couldn't even win a playoff game.
Yeah, because they were a dog bleep franchise. I don't know why we'd revisit that, but that's kind of been proven.
I think they had plenty of opportunity. And while he put up great numbers, threw to a great receiver who was in the Hall of Fame, and I think Matthew Stafford eventually is in the Hall of Fame. I just don't think not having won a playoff game, I don't think his number 9 is retired here.
248-539-9797. Phones, ticket, text. Mike in Detroit. Good morning.
How are you?
What's up?
Good, Mike. How you doing?
So I actually think Stafford's numbers should be retired in both. If you look at Stafford here, he's probably one of the best quarterbacks that we've had. Obviously, he has a Super Bowl over in Los Angeles. I'm going to give you the perfect player that you can compare this to. Think about Carmelo Anthony. Hasn't won a championship anywhere, but his number will probably be retired in both New York and Denver. What do you think about that?
I think it's apples to oranges when you're talking about basketball versus football. I think it's more likely that numbers get retired in basketball than they do in football.
So some of this is dependent on the organization. Like the Red Wings have a really high bar, right? I mean,
Yes.
they're 11
Yes, they
Stanley
should.
Cups. They're all-time great North American franchise. The Lions aren't. The bar's lower. You know, what would get a guy retired to play for the Red Wings isn't the same standard for a guy to get his number retired by the Lions.
Right. Well, that's why it's apples to oranges.
Yeah.
When you're talking about the NBA teams, Pistons teams, or the extremely high bar that the Red Wings have. And I'm glad that they're making this decision.
I mean, the Pistons retired Vinnie Johnson's number, right? I mean, it's a completely different standard. They retired a 6-man's number.
They retired Chuck Daly's number. They put 2 up for the
coach.
Yeah.
It's completely different. Let's get to Meredith. You're next up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I completely disagree with Mike, and you guys are absolutely right. It is apples to oranges. Stafford's number should not be retired, and he simply just did not have the grit to stay in Detroit. He chased a Super Bowl win. He went to L.A., and then when he came back here for the playoff games, he was a huge crybaby. I was at that game. They teed him up with a question about the fans, and he basically was like, yeah, I'm happy for the guys, the fans in Detroit, whatever. And I just feel like, out of pure sportsmanship and respect for the game of football, his number should not be retired.
He was very bitter the night that they lost that playoff game, but as you'd expect.
Yeah, but he's the one that asked for the trade.
Yeah. Well, was he wrong to ask for the trade?
No.
And the Lions are happy he did, by the
But
way.
I don't know why he would be bitter towards the fans.
No, I think he's bitter losing that game.
Sure.
And I'm sure in the back of his mind he wanted to be the guy who won for those fans, and then he had to kind of get washed away in all the joy when the Lions finally did it without him. Yeah, I get why you guys be bitter about that.
Yeah.
But no, the Lions are happy they did trade him.
Sure. It set them up for where they are now. And whether it's Goff and he's just been able to have more success here as a starting quarterback than Stafford did, it set them up with the 2 number 1 picks that they got, and it put this franchise on a completely different trajectory. But while he was here, they never won anything.
Ticket text. What about Verlander? Never won a championship, but was the best in the league. Billy and Sylvan Lake. I think we said yes. He'd be a guy that should get his number retired. Yep. The guy who said the Lions got immediately better after Stafford left should have their mic muted. Sorry, Paul Sarah. Brendan Shanahan on the ticket text. Sorry, Paul, if you want to respond to that guy.
No, that's okay.
Okay. Brendan Shanahan. What do you think about him getting his number retired? He was an integral part of the 97, 98, and 02 Stanley Cups. Not a lifer. But Fedorov wasn't a lifer.
I wouldn't have a problem if they did Shanny. I'm not going to die on the hill that he has to no matter what. But if they did it, I mean, he was a huge piece. He was the final piece. The trade they made on opening night in 97.
Stafford will absolutely have his number retired. Kim in Sterling Heights. Spielman has his number retired.
But not Stafford.
But we like Spielman more.
Listen, Spielman was a very good player here, and I like him, and I think he's a great dude. A little overrated and Lions lower.
He said it. Let's get to Travis. Travis, good morning.
Can we give out your email?
Good morning, Trav.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, listen, I like Stafford. I thought he was a gamer, especially when he went back in with the separated shoulder and won our first game that season. Showed that he had a lot of grit. He could fit perfect under Campbell's situation. But, if we had a defense during his whole career, I mean, how many times did the guy go down the field in the last minute, score a touchdown, kick a field goal, set up for a field goal, and all of a sudden the defense lets up 80 yards in 3 plays, over and over. I mean, just a little bit of defense, I think we would have went a long way and probably won some playoff games. And I'm not going to say a Super Bowl, but I think definitely as a Lion, I would vote to have his uniform number retired.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that we are still doing the revisionist history on Stafford. He's not blameless. I mean, there were mistakes he made in playoff games, but if we're assigning the reason he didn't win playoff games or a Super Bowl on his talent or the organization that he played for, guys, we got our conclusion. It's the organization's fault. It played out in real time. We all watched it.
I believe the biggest moment in his playing career was in Dallas when they trailed at the end of the game, and he went 4 and out.
Do you remember what they did on that 4th and 1? They punted. They shanked it. You know who would go for it on that 4th and 1? Dan Campbell. You know who didn't? Cowardly Caldwell. I mean, some of this is organizational flaws too.
I mean, how many coaches got fired under Stafford?
I know.
It's always somebody else's fault, wasn't it, Matt? All the wounds are open.
Yeah, but I'll go back to, and I know, okay, they talked about Spielman's number being retired. He was an all-pro. At one point, he was thought of as the best at his position. Same thing with Calvin, same thing with Barry. Different levels, but at no point was Matthew Stafford ever viewed as, I think he's viewed as a top 5 quarterback, but was he the number 1, number 2, or number 3 quarterback?
But then think about what you're saying. Stafford's number can't be retired because he played his career in an era of Brady and Manning early, and then Rodgers, Mahomes? Like, Brady played almost the entire time. So because he wasn't better than Tom Brady, we can't retire his number.
Well, he also wasn't better than Rodgers, Breeze, Manning.
So that's the reason the Lions shouldn't retire his numbers, because the Patriots, Saints, Colts, Broncos had better quarterbacks?
That's part of it.
Okay, I'm just asking.
It's all part of it,
that he's the all-time leading passer for the Lions? Because then if that's the case, then you got a champion for Jay Cutler to get his number retired by the Bears.
He's been sitting on that one. Let's get to Bob and Troy. He's fired up back there. Bob, good morning.
Hey, good morning. This is off the cuff. I think number 76 for the Lions should be up there. Jeff Backus was just a solid dude, and his only game he didn't play was the last game of his career. And I know they're going to say, oh, he got Matthew Stafford blown up, in his second. No, I don't care about that. That's one play. That guy was a lunch pail dude who showed up every day.
There's no question. There's no question. And I love Jeff, one of my best friends, but it's was he ever the best at what he did? I mean, he's exactly what you said, a lunch pail guy. Showed up, did his work. He was really, really good.
Well, yeah, but sometimes you don't have to be the best of everything to have your name up, your number up there. He was a solid every day. I thought he was almost a great player.
Well, there were some years where he was great.
13, what was it, 13 years the guy never missed a freaking game? I mean, that's crazy. And just getting on that offense, John, I don't need to tell you, but I don't know. But Fedorov, not Fedorov, yeah, he should have his number retired. I thought it was too late. But, yeah, if Jeff Back is 76, I'd love to see it up there. I always loved watching that guy.
Bob, where do you stand on Raiola?
He flipped off the crowd. Nope.
Okay. He played 200 games. He showed up and worked hard and all that other stuff. I just don't think it's just because they existed on the team for a long time, their number should be retired.
No, but if you, and I'm not saying Jeff's number should be retired, but he was an Iron Man for this organization. He was the heart and soul of the organization for the better part of more than a decade.
Hey, one other thing with this Fedorov stuff, because it's been pointed out in the ticket text. How much of this is the optics of you had a lousy offseason, you're staring...
A good value, Jaden Daniels. Maybe he has a great sophomore season, capitalizes what he did his first year. 10's going to win you $100. You want to crown a Super Bowl champion right now? I'll give you a couple options. The Bills coming out of the AFC plus 700 right now. Lions plus 1,100. Or maybe you want to get into the parlay business. Dark horse winners to win the division. Not all of them are dark horses, but if you want to win a bunch of money, you can put down $10, and this is going to get you almost 700. Take Washington, Detroit, Tampa, and Arizona to come out of the NFC. It's your day for your hunches, your hot takes, your calls, and your odds. Visit FanDuel app today and start planning your future bets now, because future bets is one day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
They'd win it 10-0 home run derby at Comerica Park last night. Tigers, best record in the AL, best odds to win the American League. The question is, are they all the way back from the abyss? From losing 12 of 13, from a lackluster deadline, kind of a buzzkill. Are they all the way back? John, you thought last night was a statement.
Yeah, I thought it was a statement win. It was, and what did we say over the last 3 series? Well, they're beating bad teams. And that's true. And they won series. Then we said yesterday, we need to see it against a good team. Houston was coming in here very motivated, still very motivated. They're trying to make up ground to get to one of those top 2 seeds. They don't have a chance right now to play Toronto. They're playing Detroit. So they can have a hand in making up some ground. They didn't last night. And I thought that was not just the offensive explosion, but it's what we needed to see from Jack Flaherty.
Yeah.
I know it's been a roller coaster with Jack Flaherty. As you get towards the end of the year, he needs to have, instead of 1 up, 1 down, it needs to be 2 up, 1 down, 3 up, 1 down. It needs to be better, more consistent as you get to the postseason. And last night was a great example of it. I know they didn't have their ace on the mound. Tonight, we have our ace on the mound. We have the guy that we think is the best pitcher in all of baseball. Maybe not Paul Skeens, but
hey, Scooble's right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, hitting up spaghetti yesterday, it's what you're supposed to do. Flaherty's the encouraging trend, and it needs to become a trend. It's a little too much herky-jerky up and down, but he went 7 shutout innings, 9 strikeouts in 90 pitches. He gave up 2 base runners after the first inning. That was it. This wasn't like, third time through the order, they're figuring him out. That was the best Flaherty's looked. And if he's a legit 2 or 3, this team has a real rotation for the playoffs. But I would say we're maybe a day early on, are they all the way back? If they win tonight, they win their first series against a good team in the second half of the season. Because the other measuring sticks, Seattle, Toronto, Philadelphia, they lost. They didn't win those series. And this team has made their hay on, we take 2 or 3, we beat everybody, including the good teams. They've set themselves up. But, John, to make the statement, do it tonight. They got Hunter Brown, you got Tarek Skubal, you win the game, you win the series, and you have your signature series for the first time in the second half of the season. For as good and as fun as last night was, if they lose today and Valdez gets them on Wednesday, what statement did they make? It's just a day early. Win tonight, and then, yeah, you've won your big series.
My expectation for a Skubal start from here on out, and fair or unfair, is it's going to be a win. Okay. That's what you need from your ace. You need a winning performance from him. And the last couple of outings have not been Skubal-like we have been accustomed to over the last year and a half.
Can't wait. Tonight should be a great matchup. We were talking about Sergei Fedorov's number being retired. Mm-hmm. It broke this hour on the show. They're going to retire 91 finally. And we were talking about athletes' jerseys that still need to be retired. Tom, you had a name back there?
I think we missed it unless I was, doing something here quick and just it went by me. But you just mentioned him, Skubal. Now, not big enough sample size yet. What I take away from that, and not even a texter said it, which I find just fascinating because usually they get everything. People don't think he's staying.
I would say that's accurate, yeah.
If he doesn't stay, there's not a chance. But
so his resume right now is 1 Cy Young and a Triple Crown, and it may end up being 2 Cy Youngs and 2 Triple Crowns.
Something Verlander or Scherzer did not do.
Right.
I don't know if a Tiger, I haven't had a chance just to scramble through this and look, has a Tiger pitcher ever won back-to-back Cy Youngs?
I don't think they have.
That's a pretty unique thing. What if they win a World Series?
The only one that would have been Verlander, and I don't think there were back-to-backs for him, unless I'm
looking at it. He doesn't have back-to-back. He finished runner-up, nearly did back-to-back, a couple times, actually.
Yeah.
David Price got it in 2012, and then I think 13 was Scherzer.
So, okay, but you just said, what if they do win the whole thing here? I mean, that changes everything.
Yeah, I mean, and then
he's
he
a bulldog for a World Series. I still think you'd retire it if he shows up, drops him on the table, and wins his team the World Series, his number goes up on the brick wall. That's the rules.
I would think so. I mean, your first one since '84. Yeah,
I wouldn't fight that.
I would not fight that at all. And it goes to what we've been talking about. And I know Calvin didn't win, Barry didn't win. Some of the names that we didn't win, all the wings that we're talking about, all won multiple cups.
Isn't it fascinating though that none of us thought of him And nobody else, none of the texters.
It's premature. That's what it is. It's early.
Well, yeah,
I mean, we had a ton of prematures with the Lions.
Oh, well, we didn't read any of those. I mean, you want to say Gibbs or St. Brown or Sewell? It's too early.
Yeah. I mean,
crazy.
Yeah. Of those guys, I mean, you could project Amon-Ra St. Brown because his numbers rival what Calvin was doing.
Sewell stacking all pros already. He may end up with 8 to 10 of them.
Yeah.
And I'd say even Hutch, if you want to do the crystal ball. I mean, if he comes back
it's way early though.
But yeah, again, it's too early for that stuff. We're kind of going off of guys who are wrapping up or already finished their careers.
Yeah.
So they'll get their numbers retired in the next.
Yeah. Or who are no longer playing here.
Right. Well, he's near the end of his career too.
Yeah.
There's an embargo, so it won't come up on the next show. But we were talking about numbers that haven't been retired in Detroit with Fedorov's 91 going to the rafters. And we hit on, Datsuk might make sense here, right? Especially after Fedorov.
Yeah. His will get retired.
Miggy, right?
Yes.
JV, yeah?
Yeah, he should.
Stafford? If he's in the Hall of Fame,
I mean,
holds all the records.
Honestly, he should. They should. I don't really care one way or the other because the guy asked to leave. But I also understand why he asked to leave. I mean, he had enough. But he played forever here. He left his everything out there on the field. I mean, that video clip against Cleveland tells you all you need to know. And that was early in his career. I mean, and he had come back from the injury after getting, plowed against Chicago. And I got tired of having to talk about Stafford every single day. But I can also just take a step back and recognize the guy was pretty great here, aside from the fact that the team couldn't win in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. But it is in fact, last I checked, it's a team game.
I've heard that.
It's not all dependent on one guy. But I heard driving in, somebody had brought up Jeff Backus' name. And I feel so bad for Jeff Backus because all anybody remembers is him missing the block that got Stafford killed against the Bears.
Yeah.
It's not fair. It's just not fair to him. I thought that Backus was a heck of a player for the Detroit Lions. He just played in an era that they couldn't get to the playoffs all that often, and when they did, they couldn't win. But he was really, really solid and good. But Lions fans don't remember that.
No,
it's unfortunate.
So here we are on a Tuesday.
Yeah. How about those first place Tigers?
How about those first place Tigers?
Hey,
how about it?
We asked the question, Gator, are they all the way back from the abyss? Because, there were some low points in there, right? 12-13, a deadline that kind of got everybody antsy. Are they all the way back?
I mean, I don't know if they're all the way back, but I feel pretty good about them. I know there's always going to be somebody that's going to point out something that says, but. The yeah buts, I get so tired of the yeah buts. And it's the people do it from last night. Well, they just shut out Houston. Yeah, but Houston got beat up badly the night before.
Don't care.
I don't care.
Don't care.
Stop moving the goalpost. The series is supposed to be, they got to beat Houston. And then they smoke them last night. Wasn't even a challenge. And then you're going to take it away. Well, that doesn't matter.
No, it matters, especially if you can win one of the next two. Help, win them both. But if you win one of the next two, it'd be their first series win against a good ball club in the second half.
Yeah.
So that's kind of why and I said to John, I go, we may be a day early. Let Scooble go out and do his thing tonight and win a second game, and then we'll go, guess what?
Win the series tonight,
sure.
And then, do what you can on Wednesday to try to sweep it. That'd be great. But it's got a great matchup today. Hunter Brown and Tarek Skubal. It's a great matchup. Right, John?
Yeah, sorry.
Why'd you do that to him?
Yeah, that's okay. That's all right. I can explain why I had to.
Theater of the mind.
Real quick.
We tried to cover for you. What's going
that's
on?
All right. Yeah. So we are trying to get Teddy into a preschool, and they called right at 10 o'clock. I told them I'd be off at 10. They called at 9:59, and it's one that we are urgently trying to get him in.
Well, what's the news?
It's not great news. He's still on the wait list. So we'll keep trying. We'll keep trying.
A wait list for preschool?
Oh, sure.
It's competitive these days.
Oh, my goodness.
You can go to community college and transfer in.
yeah.
It's a good route.
Yeah, we'll see what the transfer portal looks like in a couple weeks.
Good luck.
Boys, what's next?
Tiger Talk, of course. Best team in the American League.
All right. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Hello, and welcome to the Karsh and Anderson program. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, on Tuesday, August the 19th. Inching ever closer to football season, inching ever closer to postseason baseball. And good morning, Scott. How are you?
Good morning, Doug.
Anything exciting last night?
I mean, just what happened down at Comerica Park was exciting enough for all of us.
It's pretty awesome.
But that game was done like 9 o'clock, and then like, now what? Now what do I do? Flip it around.
I didn't catch much of the morning show today, unfortunately, but there weren't people still bitching about this team, are there?
No, I don't think so. I just saw something on social media about it. And I was reminded of last night when they had mentioned that Houston had lost the game on Sunday night. I'm like, I don't want people doing the yeah buts.
Well,
when it comes to this team right now, because it's the way to discount anything positive that happens. They throw a yeah but, and I was like, just stop.
Well, we still don't have freaker outerers, do we? People who are freaking out.
I would hope not.
There's this team made us very uncomfortable, but there was a reason. There's short-term results, long-term conclusions. There's long-term results, long-term conclusions. And I feel more comfortable with the longer-term results. But if you go with what your eyes showed us most recently, okay, the Tigers are winning the American League and going to the World Series. If you go with what your eyes showed us most recently. Hey, they are 8-3 in their last 11. They just smoked one of the teams that's challenging for them. Toronto, maybe Toronto's cooling off a little bit. It's Detroit's league to win, right? But I'm not going there. So they're a really good baseball team. And when they were losing a whole bunch, they weren't playing like it, but they were still a really good baseball team, and they're back to being a really good baseball team. And it's a product of the 6 months that led up to the dreadful few weeks that they were slow to pull out of. And the one thing about the team in the first half of the season, stress-free first half, always bounce back. And this bounce back isn't as definitive, but you got to love having Skubal go in tonight and the hands cut out for him against Hunter Brown. But at the end of the day, they still have this gear in them. Like, even if you were one of the freak outerers, you can look at that and say, hey, at least they still have that gear in them to go play the way they've played lately, including last night's win over a really good team. And do I care it was 10-0? I mean, 10-0 was fun and everything, but it only counts as one. It's no more different than those 2-1 wins over the White Sox. And people say, it's only a run. Whatever. I mean, they're winning the games. They're winning more games than not. They're back to doing that. And they got themselves in a good spot here in the American League. I mean, they've now 4.5 games up on. If I look at, winning the division's obviously the first thing they're trying to do. But if you look at that next goal, the next goal to me is be one of the top 2 seeds. I don't really care if you're the top seed or the second seed. Just be one of the top 2 seeds and get that bye and set up your pitching. And I think they're going to be in really good shape, Scott. I still like this team. Like them from the first series of the year, and I still like them now, and we like them. I think you and I tried not to panic and tried to get people not to panic, but there was some panic.
There's some panic, yeah. And there's still, plenty of games to go, 35 games or whatever it is left.
They'll probably have a losing streak or 2.
Yeah, but they've got a comfortable lead in the division. They are playing much better baseball than they were 3 weeks ago, for sure. That's encouraging. We talked a little bit yesterday about Jack Flaherty and how kind of crazy his game log has been. Now it's 7 starts. In his last 7 starts, 4 have been against really good teams and 3 not good teams.
Mm-hmm.
The 4 starts against the good teams, he's been fantastic. The 3 starts against bad teams, he has not been. So last night was another, there you go. 7 shutout innings. He was a machine last night. He looked great. And after a lot of pitches in the first inning, settled down, got his stuff together, and just mowed him down.
And a great performance.
Yeah, and it sets everything else up. And last night felt like that was a game that the Tigers are playing almost every night in the first half of the season.
maybe a slow start, but then all of a sudden you get an inning and something happens and everybody starts to catch fire. They hit, 3 or 4 home runs last night, a couple of triples last night. And they were hitting on all cylinders, and that was very important for this team.
Well, there was a lot to like about last night's game. A lot to like. What was the best moment or thing that came out of last night's game? Gator? Let's do it now. 10 texts. What was the best thing or moment to come out of last night's game? Text us at 248-539-9797. Make sure you sign your text. Tell us what you loved about last night's game and why. I thought something was just fantastic, and I can't wait to talk about it. We'll see if anybody agrees. But what was the best thing out of last night's game? A 10-0 Tiger win. Tigers now back to the top spot in the American League, 4.5 clear of Houston for the first round bye, 8.5 up on Cleveland in the division. What was the best thing or moment to come out of last night's game? 248-539-9797. Lots to choose from. Get your texts in. Sign them. We'll read the 10 texts and tell you what ours was. Coming up today at 10:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. 10 text. We did the 10 text, and I love doing it for a topic like this because the topic is, what was the best part of last night's win, or the best thing that came out of last night's win over the Houston Astros 10-0 down at Comerica Park? Because there is so much to love. We do the 10 text thing, and thank you, everyone, for signing your text. Gator, I had one that I just thought was amazing, and I'm looking down here, and I'm not sure anybody said it, but here we go. Sean in Champaign, Illinois says, the return of Mr. Turtleneck. Alex Lang should be a huge addition to the pen down the stretch. He should be. There was a bit of a calculated risk by the organization. They could have gone bigger at the trade deadline. They definitely tried to acquire some bullpen arms. What I was starting to think about today was a few of those bullpen arms that haven't exactly hit the ground running or torn it up since they got here was a little bit of, hey, we just need some warm bodies to get us through to Alex Lang's return. And maybe that's the purpose that those arms served. Just something to think about. Because they probably at the time were going, we might have to use Melton as a starter because Reese Olson is out, and now might need a little bit more bullpen help. But yeah, Alex Lang has a chance to be a huge addition. Now, it's not like he was perfect, but you can see why they like him so much.
Yeah, there's absolute reason to. The guy throws mid to high 90s and then has this wipeout drop off the face of the earth knuckle curveball. The issue with him is making sure that he can find the ability to command the strike zone with those pitches. Because when you have that high-low velocity, when you're going from 97 dropping down to 88, and I think he had a changeup going at 91, but that knuckle curveball was just dropping off. That is a serious weapon to have when you're looking for guys to get, when you want guys to have the swing and miss stuff, right?
Yep.
Particularly when they come out of the bullpen. Because when they come out of the bullpen, generally speaking, you can be put into a rough situation.
Yep.
Hey, we got bases loaded. There's 2 outs. We need to get somebody out here. And then here comes a guy who can get you to swing and miss and limit the damage, and there you go. Now, he's not going to be, 10 out of 10 when it comes to his appearances the rest of the season. But he's a guy that is someone that can offer something for this bullpen and help to solidify it. And yeah, to your point, looking back at what they added, it wasn't eye-popping, right? Kyle Finnegan's a really nice addition, and he's proven to be an excellent addition to this point. I'm still knocking on wood here. But he was very good at Washington. They didn't go out and get the guy that we all wanted. We wanted Bedard.
No, and Finnegan's been better than Bednar, and so it's okay. So heck, I wanted Jake Bird, and Jake Bird got sent down by the Yankees after they traded for him. So maybe Scott Harris knew what he was doing. But it's funny because now I'm looking at a reshaped late in the season bullpen, and you start going, okay, they can rely on Vest. Other people have made him feel a little bit sketch about whether or not they can handle high leverage situations. But can Vest be joined by Finnegan, maybe Alex Lang? It's a bit early, but maybe Alex Lang and Troy Melton to make up 4 arms that start to feel like, okay, Melton is this year's Brisky, and maybe Lang is this year's Lang, and Finnegan is this year's Holton. That bullpen that was so reliable down the stretch. It's weird to have the best record in the American League and still trying to be figuring out roles in the bullpen. But that's the thing, is they might have the material to have a pretty good foursome that they can rely on. And there are other guys that can be useful, but Holton, I hope can get returned to form, and we certainly are rooting for Lang. There was reasons to be encouraged, and reason you got to find the strike zone, of course. But
well, that's the thing, is if he can command the strike zone, then that's a welcomed addition to the bullpen. If he can't, then it's okay. Find somebody else who can.
Yeah,
right. He's going to have his opportunities. Last night, you could tell even before Dan Petrie was mentioning it on the television broadcast how he just looks like he's way overhyped for this one. You could tell that he was. He was heart beating through his chest, and you could tell that it meant something for him, for a guy that hasn't pitched in the majors since last May, a year ago May. So it was nice to see him get the outs in the inning without giving up a run, preserving the shutout, because it does matter. You don't want 10-0 looks so much better than 10-2. It's a mental thing. That's all I'm saying. It's a mental thing, and these guys, there's pride in that. Just as much as there's pride in Houston for wanting to score a run to spoil it, it's the little battles, but it's a good battle won by Alex Lang. The other arm that I'm waiting on to see is the player they got from Cleveland, Paul Sewald. Hopefully he's ready to start his rehab assignment, because there's good with Paul Sewald if he's able to pitch. If he's not, then so be it. Then it's not going to happen this year. But that's another arm that might help contribute out of the bullpen. And when you start thinking about, if you dare to dream and start thinking about the playoff roster, and you start putting together the pitching staff, having a guy like that, if he's good enough, this is a guy who's got a low whip throughout his career, 1.15 whip in his career. This is a guy who is he's done a real nice job with more strikeouts and innings pitched throughout his career as well. If he's able to contribute, now what that does, it takes the pressure off of even thinking about having a guy like maybe Chris Paddock doesn't make the roster, because you've got these guys in a bullpen that can be way more reliable.
So far, we've read one of the 10 texts. We really had a lot to say about the one.
Oh, that's right. We had 10 texts.
10 texts, yeah.
Oh.
Number 2 comes from Miguel in Brownstown. The best thing to come out of last night's game, Jack Flaherty pitched his game, even being that far ahead. Andrew in Woodhaven, Colt Keith being a future All-Star. Greg in Dearborn, consider me a chick because I loved the long ball. There's plenty of them.
There you
go. From Brian at UPS, Sweeney finally pulled his head out of his butt. Boy, that Sweeney text we got yesterday did not age well, did it?
No, it did not.
The guy who chumped A.J. Hinch for continuing to parade out Trey Sweeney and champed Trey Sweeney for being a softball player who's made it to the majors.
Well, it was a great game for Trey Sweeney.
It really was.
It's one. His numbers on the season aren't very good, but he was certainly. That was eye popping last night to have a triple and a home run.
What we said yesterday when we got that text is, look, AJ uses guys in situations, and he'll still use, as long as he's on the roster, guys are going to, like Trey Sweeney, are going to get used in situations where they have a better chance of being successful. Last night he was very successful. Adam in Heartland says the best thing out of last night's game was Flaherty's turnaround game. Eric in Brighton says it's Jack Flaherty pitching 7 innings, period. No runs.
3 hits, 1 walk, and 9 strikeouts.
2 of the hits came in the first inning. He then hit a batter in the second inning, gave up a hit, I think the fourth, wiped him out with a double play, and mixed in a whole bunch of 1, 2, 3 innings. Struck out 9, 11 whiffs. I think it was 24. He had 19 whiffs, 19 swings and misses his previous start, which was a season high. This time he had 24 called strikes, which was a season high, in back-to-back starts. Flaherty's dialing it back in, people.
Yeah, he 90 pitches total, 60 of them were for strikes. That's a pretty good percentage.
Michael in Celine says, best thing was Flaherty getting through 5 innings without blowing up. Drew in Chesterfield says, Flaherty dominating, needed this good start for a playoff stretch. Hunter in California says, it was Troy Melton showing consistency in any situation. So there's a couple things here. One is, based upon the feedback, pretty clearly people love Jack Flaherty as the most important thing that came out of last night's game, or the best thing that came out of last night's game. Troy Melton showing consistency in any situation. Troy Melton has been a starter for 3 games. He's come out of the bullpen for 3 games. He has gone long relief. He has gone short relief. He has been an asset in most of those roles, at most times. His first start, he wasn't very good. In fact, I don't think. Do you have his stats in front of you by chance? I don't.
Whose stats?
Troy Melton.
Yes.
What's his ERA right now?
His ERA right now is 2.7 on the season.
It's 2.7. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's pretty good. He's brought it down after that dreadful first start.
Yeah. You get, so he gave up 6 earned runs in the first start in 5 innings. Since then, he has pitched 18 and a third innings, and he's given up 1 run. Is that good?
Yeah. Yep. 248-539-9797. So there's a couple things here. Did anybody mention your favorite thing or the best thing that came out of last night's game, in your opinion?
No.
Okay. Nobody mentioned mine either. I wonder if we have the same one.
Probably not.
We'll get to that today at 10:31, plus your phone calls. And I do want to hear if you at one point texted, called, told your friends the Tigers are done. It's a hard thing to do if you don't feel that way anymore and say, hey, look, I might have overreacted. but I'd love to hear from you. And if you still have major concerns about this team, what are they? 248-539-9797. We'll get some of your phone calls coming up. We'll tell you what, my favorite thing that came out of last night's game, I just thought was awesome. Gators got one too. Maybe they're the same thing, but nobody mentioned them yet. Thank you for all your 10 texts, and thank you for signing your text. It is Carson Anderson. We'll get to that next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
I know you see them. The red, white, and blue trucks are everywhere. Do you know if your furnace or your boiler are ready to fight against the crisp fall air? Well, the team at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling are going to help you stay warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau. Or how about some of the 5-star reviews they have on Google? So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, heck, even if your air conditioning is not working right while we have the last couple of weeks of summer going on, give them a call. Schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
All right, so we're going to get back to your phone calls here in a moment. Tigers playing much better, and it's a lot more fun around here these days to do this show. And certainly, 8-3 their last 11. They've won a few series in a row. They've got a Houston team now that they could close out the series with a win tonight, and a sweep would really put Houston on the ropes for trying to get one of those top 2 wild card spots, at least as it pertains to Detroit. But Gator, I was asking about everybody's favorite moment or what was the most important thing that came out of last night. And I just looked down and somebody on hold actually has mine on line 3. Is that yours?
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. Okay. Then we agree.
Yeah.
We agree. And we won't steal his thunder. We'll let him steal our thunder. Chuck, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chuck.
Hi. Sorry to steal your thunder. Yeah, I thought that the at-bat by Wenzel Perez was just incredible. What did he have, 12 pitches and missed a home run twice, by really close, and then he finally hits it out. Usually that ends in a strikeout for most people, but he saw the 12. I thought that set the tone for the game.
It was awesome. So for people who weren't watching the game or don't remember what happened or didn't see that part of the game, whatever the case is, he gets behind 0-2, okay? And he's down 0-2, strike looking, strike swinging. Then curveball for a ball, foul ball. Now, I think the 4th pitch was the foul ball that he yanked. He hit it a mile, but he yanked it pretty far foul down the right field line. When the ball first hit the bat, TV angle, thought, ooh, probably didn't look that way live. It went reasonably well foul. Then it was ball, then a foul ball, then another foul ball, then a ball, so the count's 3-2. He looks at a 3-2 pitch, and this one he hits deep down the right field line, and as Jason Benetti, it finished 2 seats foul of the foul pole. And the next pitch, he actually keeps it fair and hits a home run. He was 0-2. It was a 10-pitch at bat. He hit 2 that had the distance that were one that was just foul, another was a little bit more foul. What a great at bat for Wenzel, and got the Tigers on the board, took a 1-0 lead. Big moment in a big game. Wenzel Perez, who Gator, you keep talking about and have talked about as one of the most unsung heroes on this team. Chuck, I don't know if you saw the quote after the game from A.J. Hinch, but he said something along the lines of, you can tell how much I like a player by how much I play him. I'm going to have to see if I can find that direct quote. But and Wenzel's getting a lot of playing time, so. Big moment.
I thought we had to score first. Because when they got the bases loaded with nobody out and didn't score, I go, we've lost. but I see when we scored first, it changed the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, if the thing about the whole why I didn't think they'd lost is, remember, Houston kind of did the same thing. Houston had runners at 2nd and 3rd with 1 out in the 1st inning, and it would strike out, walk, bases loaded, and then the line out the center. Here's what's funny is I pulled into my driveway with the bases loaded and 2 outs. And I'm like, I'm going to sprint in and see this last at bat because it's top of the 1st and Houston's threatening. And when I got in, they were in a commercial break. And I can't find the highlight of what happened. But it says line out to the outfield. So the last out of the 1st inning, I don't know how. It didn't look like it was hit that hard. I think it was 80-something off the bat. I did look that up. But anyway, yeah, both teams threatened and had to be disappointed that they didn't score early. But yes, the Perez bat, that was I thought the best part of last night's game, and so did you, Gator.
Yeah, it's just Wenzel Perez as a whole, what he has done for this team. He had a bad month of July, and outside of that, he's played extraordinarily well. In August, he's hitting .340 in August with a 1027 OPS. You couple that with the other guy that has really picked up his game, has become one of the steadiest Tigers all season long, is Colt Keith.
Mm-hmm.
Colt Keith is hitting .354 in the month of August with a 1043 OPS.
Yep.
You want to keep adding to that. Okay, how about Kerry Carpenter? What has Kerry Carpenter done? Kerry Carpenter's hit .283 for the month, but his OPS is 1010. You're welcome.
Stat of the day.
3 guys in the lineup every day with an OPS over the last month of over 1,000. These guys are carrying the team right now. And you go back to the beginning of the season, the first half of the season, you had guys like Gleyber Torres and Javi Baez and Riley Green. Those were the guys that were really carrying this team. Now you're seeing a different group over the last month emerge, and really the last 6 weeks. And it's Perez, it's Keith, it's Carpenter. Dingler to an extent has kind of been on both sides of it with some flashing early and some flashing late. But they're getting a different contribution from these guys now than the guys who were doing it in the first half. The guys in the first half got to get back to playing good baseball again. Riley Green is at least being somewhat productive. His average isn't good for the month, but it's gotten better in the last couple weeks compared to where it was in the first couple weeks. Torque has been remarkably steady, but it's Gleyber Torres and Javi Baez and Riley Green that are the guys that are going to have to get back to some semblance of what they were in the first half of the season to really kind of lift this team even more and make them a favorite to win a World Series.
248-539-9797. Let's go to D in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, D.
What's going on, DK?
Hey.
Gator Kane.
Hey, D.
On this rainy day, we got to get this big game in tonight. I know that. Hey, let's call Stephanie Mead from Fox 2 and see what that weather looking like. You got a number?
We don't, but I guess the shout-out has been made there. Stephanie Mead from Fox 2. Will there be a game tonight?
Hey, let's get it in. Hey, shame on me, fellas, because
Sorry.
Shame on me, bro, because 2 weeks ago I hit the panic button. I was shaking in my boots.
It's okay.
We were giving up homers at an alarming rate, and I was like, this pitching is not gonna get it done. Cleveland on our butt, and I guess I was wrong, bro.
No, it's okay. Look, that's the great thing about this, D, is that seasons are long, and I think the Tigers very authentically stunk. They authentically stunk for that stretch of games, but it was so bad, I couldn't believe that was who they were. It's almost like Milwaukee is so hot, they're not going to keep that up. Detroit was so bad, they weren't going to keep that up.
Exactly. And one more point. Do anybody realize this overall team power we are possessing? Now, you would have thought the L.A. Dodgers would have guys with 30 or more homers, 3 or 4 guys. We got guys that we're going to have 3 guys with 30 or more homers, which haven't been done since 2009 with the great Miggy Maglio and Curtis Granderson. So we're going to have 3 guys with 30-plus homers, plus a gang of other players with 10 or more. All the Dylan Dinglers, the Baez, the Torres. You know what I'm saying? When had the last time you seen this much overall team power?
It's a good question. They're in the top 10 in the majors in home runs hit this year. We
right up there with LA, right, Dave? DK? We right up there with LA, I know.
Let's take a look here. Tigers are 8th with 163 home runs. The Dodgers have 185. So
okay,
Dodgers are out in front. The Yankees have 195, but they play in that little bandbox.
Right.
So the ball flies out of there. But, yeah, the Tigers have provided a ton of power.
I don't know if Carpenter will get to 30, but he's got a chance. He's got 22. It's a big ask for him to get to 30, but it doesn't matter. I just do what they can in the postseason.
Hey, Gator, all Carpenter got to do is hit 2 in one game, and he on his way. Hey, fellas, love the show. Let's get this big game in tonight.
Appreciate it. Shout out has been made, or the call out has been made. Stephanie Mead of Fox 2.
Let us know what's up.
Yeah, man. Look, it's. I think I haven't looked at. I think the rain's supposed to stop. Maybe.
Well, I can say this: Dave Burkett, the Free Press Lions writer, said that no open practice for fans today because of the rain right now. So
yeah,
that I can confirm without Stephanie.
All right. So what do we got? Chances of precipitation go down to less than. It's like 20% around game time. For what it's worth.
Well, I just checked Stephanie Mead's Twitter, and she has yet to post something today about the weather, so that's a little disappointing.
You're let down, huh?
It's okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
248-539-9797 for all of you not named Stephanie Mead, but in case you are Stephanie Mead, you can let us know if the game's going to be played tonight. Tigers with a big win. What was your favorite thing to come out of it? There is more to unpack from what we hope is indicative. Look, they're not. This was first half of the season, Tigers. It was the best that they can be. The truth is usually somewhere in the middle, right? And, I don't think they were as bad as the worst version of themselves, but more often than not, this team has rewarded its fans this year. So it was a good win, good stretch. We'll get to more cool stuff that happened last night. Coming up next hour, Brad Holmes talks about whether or not he would add to this roster if a big move was available. You hear what he had to say.
Do we have to put another shout out to find out where we got that? What source we got that from?
What do you mean?
Well, we had a shout out to Stephanie Mead. Should we get a shout out to Kay Adams?
You want Kay Adams to call the show now?
Why not?
Sure, Scott. Go ahead and ask her.
Kay, you see anything wrong with that?
We got 2 phone lines.
Oh, yeah.
They can call at the same time.
Well, if Kay Adams is still in town and wants to call.
Saying, you know.
She was the one that asked the question.
Yeah.
Would you add?
Yeah.
Given the Trey Hendrickson rumors, maybe Micah Parson rumors, and blah, blah, blah. We'll hear what Brad Holmes had to say.
Is her voice in the cut too or no?
Yeah, I think it is actually, Gator.
Okay.
There you go.
Just want to give proper attribution.
Yeah, right. You miss 100% of shots you don't take, Doug. Michael Scott.
Yep. Gator's shooting his shots this morning, isn't he?
Yeah, that's it. That's right.
You heard us about recent air quality alerts, right? Well, if you're concerned about the air you breathe, contact CGC Home Services. CGC offers Aeris Active Pure technology, reducing 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. We got one in our household, and my wife is very happy about that. Air or water concerns, contact CGC Home Services. They can help identify and prevent flooded basements and other water-related issues. To CGC Home Services and Connecticut for peace of mind. Learn more today. 855-339-4242. That's 855-339-4242. Anybody else notice when the Astros brought in position player Chas McCormick to pitch that he kept balking? He didn't pause. He wouldn't come set.
He was pitching quickly.
He was.
He was working quickly.
I'm like, that's a balk. Also a balk. And there's another balk.
You think you were the only one that cared that he was balking?
I don't know if I'm the only one that cared. I didn't even really care because the game was 10-0 and they clearly white flagged it.
Yeah, so the umpire, by the way.
Yeah.
He's like, you got to swing.
Mm-hmm. But,
unless it's going to hit you, you better swing the bat.
Yeah. And I'm sitting there going, balk, man. Didn't really matter. And no, I didn't care. I just was cracking up. I'm like, this is like blatant. But like the Little League World Series, you can't balk in a Little League World Series because you can't leave the base till the ball crosses the plate. Like there's no leads or anything like that. And so they just get the ball and throw. And that's what McCormick was doing. McCormick or McCormick? It's McCormick, right? McCormick, thank you. Anyway, yeah, balk. But whatever.
What are you, chicken?
Yeah. How about Riley Green's home run? I felt like that was a cathartic big game moment for him. And he was so jacked. The dugout after he got back there, big moment. And
there were a lot of moments last night.
Yep.
A lot of really cool stuff. I mean, I mentioned before, Colt Keith had 3 hits in the game. Mm-hmm. He also stole a base, had the home run. That's a guy you're watching develop in front of your eyes, and he's young and second year of his major league career. And, he's putting up similar batting average numbers that he did last year, but there's more sting in the bat this year. And his OPS is approaching 800, which is awesome for him. And as much as I'm liking what I'm seeing from Colt Keith and from Wenzel Perez, and obviously Kerry Carpenter has been great, I'm not thrilled to see the most reliable Tiger for most of the season up until the last month was Gleyber Torres.
Yeah.
What's happened to Gleyber Torres? He had 2 walks in the game, which is great, but was 0 for 3. His batting average is now down to 259. You look at his numbers month by month. I mean, he's hitting 167 for the month, a 533 OPS.
He's in the midst of a downturn, sure. Yeah, I think
bad July too.
It feels to me as though not everybody is always killing it.
Of course not. Right.
Yeah, and so it's Gleyber's apparently his turn to be going through it. I feel like he'll be fine, but there's no guarantees that he'll be fine. But I feel like he'll be fine.
I think he'll be fine too because he's been in the league for a number of years. He's a professional. He can figure things out. I just wonder if maybe AJ Hinch says, "Okay, we'll give you a day off here, or give you a couple days off, or maybe tomorrow will be a day off because I don't think they play Thursday." So it ends up being 2 days off. That's a lot of that's something that the coaches like to do, managers like to do. Maybe that happens. It's McKinstry wasn't in the lineup yesterday. They were facing a right-handed pitcher, and there was no Zach McKinstry, who was another guy that's going through it.
Yeah,
I mean, Z-Mac, Torres, Baez, and Riley Green have all taken big downturns. Riley Green's bouncing back, which is great. Be nice to see the other guys bounce back. I'm not sure if McKinstry's ever going to be close to what he was in the first part of the season. But we had him for the first part of the season. It was important.
Winning those games helped, give him the big lead and endure in that moment in time. They endure to push from Cleveland. The season's not over. They might make another run at Detroit here, but clock is ticking. Games are, getting fewer and fewer, and the lead is grown back up to 8.5. 248-539-9797. Hey, if you were a Tiger freaker outerer, if you're still freaking out, are still really, really concerned, tell us what it's about. I mean, we got to feel better about the way Flaherty has pitched of late. Feels like some roles in the bullpen might be starting to get defined that should put him in a better spot. I have a sneaking suspicion Holton is still going to be a player in there, and I'm not sure about Canely. We got a text, or maybe it was somebody on Twitch that said they should have pitched Canely last night with that kind of big lead. Would have been a good time to get him an inning or two and try and sort some things out. But, I mean, so starting pitching, Morton, is Morton going to be, Chuck Money or is he going to be look like a 41-year-old?
You just call him Chuck Money?
I just called him Chuck Money.
Wow. That just happened.
Yeah. Is he going to be a guy they can count on, or is he going to be, a guy that has a inflated ERA? He's done some good things in his 2 starts here in Detroit. Hell, he got named champ of the weekend by the people yesterday. So, Chuck Money.
Well, as far as Canley's concerned, it would be nice to see Canley come out and have another clean inning. He had a clean inning against the Twins on Friday night in that shutout, 7-0. He went 1 inning, just gave up a walk and had a strikeout. You got to build. It's little things, right? Tommy Canley was so good for this team for the first 2 months of the season.
Yeah.
And then he's been so bad since. In there somewhere is that guy that was good again, right? So hopefully they can find that and get that more consistently. Don't expect it to be every night, but hopefully it could be the majority of nights, because that would be a lift.
248-539-9797. So Scuba goes tonight, and always got to feel good about those starts. He's going up against Hunter Brown, but hey, man, good chance to win the series and put Houston, because I'm sure Houston's coming to town thinking, all right, we need to win the series to get back into this thing. We'd love to sweep, but we got to win the series. And, you mentioned the score and shutout and 10-0 and all that. I mean, they're professionals, but I wonder if Detroit scores first tonight or Scuba's just mowing them down early, if they're going to get a little bit dejected. They're coming off a bad loss on Sunday and then a bad loss last night.
Yeah, this is true, but they put out their stopper. They've got Hunter Brown on the hill tonight, and Hunter Brown's awfully good. He's basically matched what Scuba has done this year. So it would be demoralizing for Houston if they put out their best guy and he is bested by Scuba and the Tigers offense continues to roar. That'd be amazing.
Yeah. And Scuba, I mean, these are the kind of games that I feel like the your money pitcher gets fired up for. He's going up against another stud. Wayne State's own Hunter Brown, who's got an ERA below 2.5. He's won 10 games this year. So this is, I think Scuba loves these kind of challenges, right? I mean, he loves being on the mound for a game like this.
Yeah, and I think Tarek loves pitching in Detroit. Going to be looking at the weather forecast earlier today. I saw that the rain is supposed to subside by the time we're getting to game time, hopefully. So I think under the bright lights, we know that Tarek likes to show up.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, Tiger fans. Lots to love about last night's game. What did you like the most about this Tiger win over the Houston Astros that has encouraged you? And for the people who are freaking out, are you feeling a little bit better? Or are you still really concerned about this team? And what would those concerns be? They have played better of late. They're not perfect. There is no such thing as a perfect team. They still have to figure out some bullpen roles. Alex Lang, it doesn't feel like victory lap time. He did load the bases after all, but got out of it. And stuff still looked filthy. I think it's probably too early to think that Melton will absolutely be an arm they can count on out of the pen down the stretch, but it's looking better each and every time out. Flaherty looks like he has turned it around here a little bit, so some of those questions being answered. Obviously, the offense explosion last night. There's some other higher run totals over the weekend. Tigers seem to be back to form just in time for a stretch run to close this thing out and try and lock up that very important first-round bye.
Is it end of the freak out?
Is it end of the freak out? Is it end of the freak out? 248-539-9797. We're going to talk some Lions. Again, if you missed it, there is the Lions open practice for those who had tickets today has been postponed or canceled, I guess. They got to move the practice indoors due to the weather, so people won't be out there to see them. But Brad Holmes did indeed speak with Up and Adams, Kay Adams, and she had a couple of interesting questions, including one that was really specific to rumors going around that there is a edge rusher that is available. Would you be interested in adding said edge rusher? Hear what he had to say in the 11 o'clock hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The wait's finally over for Sergei Fedorov. His number 91 jersey is being retired by the Red Wings this season, January 12th, before their game against the Hurricanes at Little Caesars Arena. He spent 13 seasons with the Wings, reaching the 30-goal mark 9 times, winning Stanley Cups in 97, 98, and 2002. It's a matchup of 2 American League Cy Young contenders at Comerica Park tonight. The ace, Tarek Skubal, against the Astros' Hunter Brown, the St. Clair Shores native who went to Wayne State. Tigers go for a series win after a 10-0 win over Houston last night. It was a strong start to a series that Dylan Dingler calls very important. That first pitch, 6:40, right here on 97.1 The Ticket this evening. The golf begins tomorrow at the Live Team Championship at the Cardinal at St. John's Resort in Plymouth. The 12th and 13th teams in the standings square off for a play-in tomorrow afternoon. The winner makes the weekend, the loser does not. Some of the players teeing it off tomorrow to begin the week in Plymouth include Henrik Stenson, Ian Poulter, Lee Westwood, Danny Lee, and Kevin Na. And the Lions are getting ready for their second joint practice at training camp that's happening Thursday in Allen Park against the Texans. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Luke. Gator, I think we knew this. But I can't remember because we don't.
I think you're going to say the same thing I'm looking at right now, but go ahead.
The PGA Tour schedule's been released.
Yeah.
And the new dates for the Rocket Classic.
It's all official now.
Yeah, I think so. Last year, the Rocket Classic was in late June at the Detroit Golf Club, and it never has felt like it had a great place on the schedule, although this time it was, because I think it wasn't 1 year or a couple of years, it was the weekend before the British, and so a lot of people were gone playing the Scottish or over acclimating. Yeah. And so this time it was better. It was 2 weeks after the U.S. Open and like 3 weeks before the British. But it's got a new place on the calendar, and it'll be basically late July, early August. It'll be July. The tournament will run
the 27th through the 2nd of August.
Yeah, 27th being, you get to the pro-ams and all that stuff. But the tournament will be played over the weekend, concluding on Sunday, August 2nd. That'll be 2 weeks before the playoffs start.
Yes.
So are people going to be scrambling for playoff points?
You could see it. I mean, you also saw some players, like I think Rory McIlroy took a week off in the middle of the playoffs because he had enough points, he wouldn't slide out of it. And now the way that they work it with the Tour Championship at the end of it, which is this coming weekend, it's no longer that staggered start where somebody, Scotty Scheffler would start with a 5-stroke lead. It's no longer that.
Yeah.
Everyone starts at the same spot, like it should be, frankly. So that's kind of cool with that. But I think what it does, I think this is a better position for the Rocket Classic to get more golfers to show up, the higher name golfers, the higher ranked golfers, because there's always the bubble effect and people need to get into the top, whatever it's going to be at that point, the top 70. And there's so many of those bubble golfers. But there's also really good names that end up not making the playoffs. So I hope it's a good spot for it. And other golfers are going to want to solidify their spot because you have another week after that before the playoffs start. So I think there's a good chance they could have a better field.
I think that this, I'm willing to try anything
yeah.
at this point to get a better field. Look, I've been to the Rocket and I've told this story on the air. To me, it almost doesn't. It does matter that they're big names, but I had a ton of fun, even though there weren't a lot of big names when I was out there walking around because the golf is great, the sight lines are awesome, the general admission areas, seating areas are more than adequate. There were plenty of decks and seating areas you could get into. You didn't have to have a special pass. So I enjoyed the hell out of it personally. But.
Well, and the knock on it that a lot of people have, a lot of the media pundits and local people for that matter, is that the course is too easy. Well, they're redoing the course to make it perhaps more difficult. And that's why they've also changed the date, and they're thankful for it because they have time to fix it. But people complaining that the scores were too low. You know, there are too many getting to the 25 under par range and getting close to the threatening 30. You know what? I saw plenty of events this year that were lower scoring than the Rocket Classic. So I don't like hearing that complaint about it, and it doesn't matter to me. I just want to see the good golfers get out there. And actually, yeah, I want to see them threaten course records all the time. I would love to see Scotty Scheffler come out to DGC and tear it up. 100% I would love to see him tear it up. He's the best golfer in the world. He's the best golfer consistently we've seen since Tiger Woods in his heyday. So it's been a while. He's fun to watch. I want him to play so badly in this event.
Yeah, look, maybe just maybe eventually it'll get that point where it is. But I'm actually happy with what it is right now. I hope Detroit continues to support the event.
Well, you get to calm down
and redoing the course might help in terms of field.
It's a couple weeks after the British Open, so that's good. It calms things down a little bit. Remember, we had that J.J. Spawn had won the U.S. Open
and was committed to
play the Rocket, and then backed out because he wanted to at least breathe and enjoy it, which I can understand, to a point. So maybe this allows for that breathing period because you're a couple weeks removed from the British Open. So whoever wins that, if they've been, you sure have an open invitation to go to the Rocket Classic, that maybe you can enjoy it and then come to the Rocket Classic.
Yeah. Well, so it is new spot on the calendar, late June, early July. All right, so Lions, people coming out with their 53-man rosters, and it's interesting to see the difference. So Detroit News, I think it was Nolan Bianchi from the Detroit News and Colton Pounce of the Athletic. I want to run down some of the names that made it and didn't make it and get your thoughts.
Okay, and these are projected.
Projected 53-man rosters by reporters. Both of them had Hendon Hooker making it. Is that a surprise? Is that a yet to be determined? How do you feel about it?
I think it's a yet to be determined. I think obviously Kyle Allen's a number 2. So it just, to me, that says they could scour, see who is waived from other teams if they think that player is a better option than Hendon Hooker. I think I read in Colton Pouncey, he thought that if Hendon Hooker was waived, he'd likely get picked up by some other team. I don't know if the Lions want to have him picked up by somebody else. They've invested a little bit, but understand that if they keep him, it's not because he's any threat to Kyle Allen at number 2. It's because they want to keep trying to develop him and see if they can break through with him. But at this point, doesn't matter. You've got your starting quarterback who's a stud. You've got your backup quarterback who looks pretty capable. The last couple of weeks he's played, he's looked very capable. So who the third quarterback is on the roster, if they leave it open so they can have an extra defensive lineman or an extra defensive back, if that makes sense, go ahead and do it. It just doesn't matter. It's the third quarterback. Who cares?
I thought it was interesting. Nolan Bianchi had Craig Reynolds not making it, keeping 3 running backs. Craig Reynolds out. Colton Pouncey has Craig Reynolds in, and them keeping 4 running backs.
So Sione Vaki
yes.
is the other one.
I was shocked, but Bianchi wrote, "This is the same group I've rolled with for most of my projections. And again, it comes down to a matter of positional value. Vaki, already one of the team's most impactful special teamers and had a good showing at running back Saturday. I'll continue trying to find a place for Reynolds next week when I put together my final projection, but for now, I'm rolling into the season with 3 running backs." I'd honestly be shocked. I think Craig Reynolds is like the perfect RB3.
I'd be very surprised if Craig Reynolds did not make this roster. He is one of those guys that does everything that's asked of him, which is blocking, number 1, number 2, and number 3, and then carry the rock when you have to because somebody's hurt or they need to give somebody a break. And he's capable of that. He catches the ball in the backfield. He can play special teams. I think 4 running backs is the way to go.
Yeah. Other interesting things. Look, the wide receiver spot, Colton Pouncey has 5 getting kept.
Instead of 6, which is
instead of 6. He's got Dominic Lovett and Jackson Meeks, the 2 rookies not making it. Nolan Bianchi has got Lovett making it and Meeks not.
That's interesting.
I thought so too. And look, there's stuff that we see at practice. Now, you and I can't keep when we're doing the talk show, we're paying attention to practice, but we're not trained in on everything.
Correct.
Lovett must be having really good practices because Meeks has outplayed him
well
in the games.
Lovett wasn't at practice when we were there because he was recovering from an injury. So I think
that's why we didn't see him.
To be fair for that week against Miami, we didn't see him. He was a late addition. I don't think people expect him to play against Miami in the game, and it was kind of a late addition. In the meantime, Meeks has gotten a ton of snaps.
Dude.
And run with it, man. Make the most of it. He's got good size. He's a 6'2" wide receiver, almost 220 pounds. And he has caught just about everything that's been thrown to him. He's done everything that's asked of him, made big plays, caught the big play with the referee running as defensive back. He's done a great job. But Lovett was a draft pick and, was getting open, had a couple pretty big drops.
Yep, including one again this past weekend.
Yeah, but he gets open. And it is, hands, is that just put him on the Amon-Ra plan and get better with catching the football? Is that easy enough? Is there too much talent there to say no to? I mean, if it's me with my eyeball test, I think Meeks deserves the spot. If you're going to go with 6, I think Meeks deserves that spot over Lovett.
I do too. I don't think Meeks, in some ways, if you want to keep them both, you have to ask yourself this question. Which is most likely to make it through to the practice squad without getting claimed by another team? I don't think there's a chance in hell Meeks would make it through to the practice squad. I think Lovett might. Do you run the risk, even if you love Lovett, do you run the risk of putting him out there to get picked up by somebody else because you're trying to keep them both?
Well, that's why Colton Pouncey's is interesting from the Athletic because he has only 5 receivers. So he's got Tesla and Tim Patrick are the 4th and 5th receivers making it, and neither of those guys get on with Meeks and Lovett. So, I said yesterday, I think they're going to have a real hard time getting a lot of these guys through waivers to get to the practice squad because they have shown up. There's lots of tape. Even if Lovett's dropped some passes, like I said, he's open. He gets open. And what Meeks has done is catch everything. So both of those guys, their tape is interesting to look at, and I don't think either one of them would be brought back. I think somebody else would take him.
An undrafted free agent special. Both of these Lions insiders have him making the team, and both of them having a draft pick getting cut at the same position. We will get to that today. Coming up at 11:16, plus hear what Brad Holmes told Kay Adams about the possibility of adding another big player. And we all know who the implied player is. Trey Hendrickson out of Cincinnati. Heck, I guess it maybe even would include Micah Parsons. Hear what Brad Holmes had to say today, coming up this hour as well. Hey, attention golfers, let Twin Peaks be your new 19th hole. If you're at the Live Championship in Plymouth, make sure you stop by your nearest Twin Peaks before and after to beat the heat with the coldest draft beer in the state. Why go to Twin Peaks? That's easy. For starters, nothing cools you off better than their 29-degree draft beer or cider. They pour your favorite draft at a bone-chilling 29 degrees into a mug that's been freezing for a minimum of 6 hours. There isn't a golf course in the state that can offer that up. Now pair that with food from a scratch-made kitchen, and you'll never want to stay on the course for that old hot dog ever again. Hand-smashed and seared burgers, house-smoked brisket and ribs, hand-breaded chicken tendies and boneless wings, light and fresh salads with house-made dressings. They got everything you want to recoup from a long day on the course. Over 50 TVs, including video walls and 98-inch flat screens, along with every sports package, brings you a front row seat to all of the action. What brings it all together, of course, is the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Come see the difference today. It is Twin Peaks Eats, Drinks, Scenic Views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. So happy to be with you here on a Tuesday. Rainy day in Detroit. Hope to get this baseball game in tonight. Really good game for the Tigers last night, man. Good to see this team back on track as we get set for a stretch run. And now they're hopefully more focused on battling for position than fending off a Cleveland team that made a run at them. But, Houston's one of those teams in a running for one of those critical top 2 seeds. And Detroit, with a definitive win last night. It only counts as one. Morning Show asked a question about it, and we'll get to it in the noon hour. But we're talking a little Lions right now, and we do have open lines at 248-539-9797. Roster projections are getting interesting as we get late here in the preseason, and they have to make some decisions coming up. But we have two dueling 54-man rosters, 53-man rosters, and 54, 53. Why am I blank? It's 53. Both of these guys, Colton Pounce, the Athletic, and Nolan Bianchi of the Detroit News, have Keith Cooper making it, the defensive tackle, undrafted free agent out of Houston, which I think if you're watching play in the trenches, has done enough to get noticed. Both of them have him making it and Broderick Martin not. Now, I know some people think that Brad Holmes is reluctant to cut his own draft picks. It's not like he's cutting the player for a player that he also didn't acquire. He's the general manager. Part of his job is to sign undrafted free agents.
Mm-hmm.
And Keith Cooper has proven to be worthy. I mean, I'm not shocked at all. Broderick Martin made a play on Saturday, but was lined up in the neutral zone.
That's a problem.
Yep.
Can't do that. So one of the dumb pre-snap penalties you can have.
Yep.
What I found interesting about this on Colton Pounce's 53-man is I think the last 3 53-man roster projections he's made, he's always kept them off. But what's interesting to me about it is when he writes his paragraph about the group it's in or the group it's out, he doesn't even mention Broderick Martin. Like, that's how insignificant Broderick Martin has been through training camp.
It's a disappointment. And
yes,
I always found him one of the more intriguing draft picks because Brad Holmes traded up to get him. And it is what it is. It'd probably be a swing and miss, but drafts are going to be filled with swing and misses. You don't hit on every single pick. And maybe it's too late. Maybe Broderick Martin, I could see him actually making the practice squad. And I don't know if there'll be a huge.
I don't know. He hasn't done a ton on tape where they have people say, "Oh, we got to pick this guy." Hopefully, the Lions will waive him so we can get him.
Yep. Other interesting things: Colton Pounce has Pat O'Connor making it, and Nolan Bianchi does not have him making it. One has 6 defensive tackles; the other has 5 edge rushers. That's a position that Isaac Ukwu does not make it, according to either of them. He'd probably be the most surprising thing. Nate Lynn makes it for both of them. So he is a guy winning a battle for maybe that last edge rusher spot. And that might be it, other than Ian Kennelly, the safety. So Colton Pounce is Ian Kennelly, the Grand Valley product, making it, and Nolan Bianchi does not have him making it. One thing that happens here that I find, I always feel bad for the guys that are like 53 because I feel like you're still basically being judged every second. And if somebody releases a player, hey, I made it. Oh, wait, somebody better's out there. They're going to let me go. It's right. It's a tenuous position. I guess it's better to make it than to not make it. But, it's life when you're good.
Well, this is the thing. You have tough decisions to make. And Brad Holmes has done an amazing job of populating the roster with his own draft picks and savvy signings and trades to really make this a deep football team where it's hard to make this team, which is why in the years to come, you can understand, and maybe it's actually already started with the way he maneuvers in the draft, moving away from some of those draft picks in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th round to move back up as a higher 3rd round pick or back into the 2nd round or back in the 1st round, whatever it is. This is why, because he's got the team that's built already. So now you're looking to really fortify it with closer to can't miss guys rather than just taking a bunch of darts and throwing it at the board.
All right, so Kay Adams did her training camp visits, went to Lions yesterday, and asked Brad Holmes a question about which position group he's most enjoying watching. And he said, I really don't want to give anything away, But then he started talking about how tough it is to build a 50, how tough it is now to decide on the final 53, given where they are. And here's what he said.